All right, welcome in, welcome in. There we go. Woo! So we've got 8 minutes left on a XP scroll. I finally hit CP. So we're gonna use these last little 8 minutes, because CP ranks in their early numbers, just like regular ranks in their regular levels in their early numbers, go super fast. So we're gonna use these here up, and then we'll see. Because I got everything done that I wanted.
Did you think Molag Bal, the Lord of Domination, would be defeated so easily?
Well, I mean, you were, so...
Nothing you can do will end this.
Bum, 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 bum. 7 more minutes of this. Look at that, another champion point. So for those unfamiliar, you can see down here that I've now switched over to champion points. We need to hit 160 with champion points, and the reason why is because we got our ring finally, and that's where levels stop. And you can see where it says level 50, CP 160. So, we got it. Now we just gotta get high enough level to use it. Hey, Pixie Aquatica, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. I almost called you Lady Pixie. I'm still getting used to the new name. Pixie Aquatica. Oh, man. And for those that don't know, one second. Okay, so for those that don't know, Pixie Aquatica is my partner in real life, and she was doing some Witcher 3. She started Twitch streaming yesterday, and then today she did her second stream, and tomorrow she'll be streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch, because YouTube has this: when you create a new account, you have to wait 24 hours before you're allowed to stream with it. So she was waiting for that window, and that window has been concluded. So she will be dual streaming like I am on Twitch and YouTube currently. She'll be doing the same thing going forward. I'm not sure what her plans are going forward. I know she's currently doing Witcher 3. I know there is debate and discussion on doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And because, you know, we've got an Elder Scrolls community, Skyrim's also one of the games that are on the table for her that she is absolutely considering. But currently she is doing Witcher 3, so if any of those 3 games interest you, make sure you guys are giving her a follow. Or tomorrow we'll throw up the YouTube links as well, so you can watch her on YouTube as well when she starts streaming there. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. And then, what are we gonna do today? Finish out Alduin? Or Auradon, I mean? We've got some quests over there we haven't knocked out yet. We finished the main storyline. And also, again, for those that don't know, the champion point 160 is where gear stops leveling up. That's the max for gear. So once you hit that champion point level, which is, again, 160, then you can chase equipment, and you won't have to worry about changing nothing out.
Drink in your victory. It won't last long.
And then we gotta go farm equipment.
When you destroy the next, this one will have to turn.
I added captions to my channel tag, by the way, just an idea. I bet people who need them use that. That's true. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to add the tags, for sure. Acquired by reaching champion rank level 20. Ah, look at that. Champion rank level 20. Nice. Alright, so one more of these and we're done with these. Then we'll go to Auradon. Last one.
Destroy my
Alright.
house. These minions will not be so easily defeated.
He says that, but I don't think he understands what that means. Oh, you know what? We should go recruit all the companions.
Knowledge filth. You anger a powerful enemy.
Let's go unlock all the companions. I haven't done that. So we start with Miri and Bastion, right? Yeah. We need to clean up inventory first. Let's clean inventory. And where are they again? Are they in Blackwood? Yeah, they're in Blackwood. You know what? Let's go down to Blackwood and clean it up in there. Let's go get Bastion and Miri.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Did I do my stable master already today? I think I did, but let's double check.
The trick to...
Yeah, I already did. 6.5 hours left. Raj!
You have my word. If the counselor is in Leowen or the surrounding countryside,
Alright, so let's head on down here. We're gonna get that waypoint. And... I'm actually not super familiar with this settlement.
Over here, Initiate.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Oh, I bet everyone has need of me. But, in the meantime, we've got some research and decon to do.
Did you come here for crafting certification?
I did not come here for crafting certifications. I came here to clean inventory. Good try, though. A for effort. And we gotta go get our tribute decks and start building that up and fleshing those ones out. Nobody wants no stinking rafting certifications. Alright? Big dog? Don't do it. Don't do it! Okay, those ones are done. What else we got here? That's an outfit station. Chanting.
You like.
So there is a jewelry crap. Oh, it's up there. I actually can't research that because that is the Oaken Soul Ring. So I'm gonna need to find some new jewelry that I can sell. I mean, that I can break down for researching stuff. We'll have to take a gander. Alright, so we've made it out. Now, I wanna go there. Again, so not familiar with, like, this at all. So you have to bear with me while I keep using the map to navigate through this giant-ass settlement here. This feels almost like a Breton settlement. I don't know if it is or not. I haven't looked into it, but it feels like a Breton settlement. Alright then. There's the door. So we're gonna get everybody unlocked. And then we might go see Pippin. We'll see.
Have my word. If the counselor is in Leowin or the surrounding countryside, the Ivory Brigade will find her. You there. A moment of your time, please.
I saw nothing, I know nothing, I am nothing. I know nothing about no missing counselors. I promise. I'm out of here. Cheers. Knight of the Circle Sword. Style. Page. Not even a book. A page for 4 million. Good gosh. Man, like that's Oh shit, I need to go get my table again too from Vanderfall from getting all the shrines. I wonder how much cooler it looks on PC. I'm doing this off of memory. I will use a guide if I end up needing one. But I'm pretty sure we're going to get Bastion right now. And then we're going to go get Miri. And then I'm thinking... Ember would be next, wouldn't she? And then the Necrom folks. We've got some things to get knocked out today. For sure.
Perhaps this was not such a grand idea.
It wasn't. It's cool.
Hey, over
There
here.
he is.
I need some help. I don't know which of the 8 divines sent you this way, but I'm glad to see you. The name's Bastion. Be on your guard, friend. I was accosted by a dark elf. She went into the cave hours ago, but she might return at any moment. The dark elf Tanare Vels. She's a traveler I met along the road. The cave is Deep Scorn Hollow. The entrance is over by the dock. I'm here to retrieve a fellow named Quistley Silvel. His family sent me to find him. I think... Untie me, please. The Silvels will pay well if you help me get Quistley out of whatever trouble he's in. And I could use someone to watch my back. Interested?
Now for those...
And check the shack. I think Tanare dropped something during our struggle.
Now for those not familiar with this, Bastion, and we're gonna go get Miri after him, are the 2 original companions. So there's a lot of strong feelings that people have built up over the time when it comes to their feelings towards these 2 particular companions. Bastion is definitely one of those you either love him or you hate him type of characters. Miri, my only complaint, I only have one complaint with Miri because I really actually enjoy running with Miri. But my only big complaint with her, she gets mad at you if you collect like torch bugs, butterflies, you know, dragonflies, any types of cute bugs flying around. She'll get mad at you if you collect them for fishing bait. It actually costs you rapport.
Oh, thank you. Look around, would you? I'd like to examine whatever my attacker dropped.
Wander on, little spirit. May you guide us to
Did you find
riches
something?
again soon.
Here, let me have a look.
Now, most people that I've that I've encountered do turn Bastion into a tank. He does make a solid tank. He is a mage though, so keep that in mind when you're designing him. You'll see when you get his skills, because you gotta get a good indication of what they are meant to be.
A letter? I ought to just let the Dark Elf have him, but it would be... dishonorable.
Alright, let's try that again.
A letter? I knew I saw something fall out of Tanare's satchel when she ambushed me. Why, this is a contract. Tanare Vels is bringing Quistley in to pay debts in Leowen. Damn it. I guess that explains why Tanare knocked me out and tied me up. Of course, that idiot Quistley would gamble away more than he had in his coin purse. He's done it before. Usually begs his parents for help, though. I ought to just let the Dark Elf have him, but it would be... dishonorable. We better see if we can catch up to her. I'd like to leave her tied up and empty-handed when I drag Quistley out of here by his arrogant nose.
That's fair.
This is different for Quisley. He's not one for any sort of rough living, other than maybe going to gambling dens and taverns in the seedier parts of town.
Interesting. Just realized that. They're both wearing blue? Izzy, you got blue in your default outfit too?
What new tale will we tell?
And you've got blue in your default outfit too. Interesting.
Many paths. As you wish. You are my Tamit. We are partners, friends. You have my...
I wonder why blue's such a big theme for them. What do we need for 5? At 12 and 10? Okay. Haven't opened up the ultimate yet. Elemental barricade, what are you doing? Complete one of... Complete one of whose?
I am listening.
1 second here. Bulgrul. Eldenroot, Wayrest, Mournhold. Okay. All right, we will seek him out. And then from there, that'll unlock his quest line. Or skill line. Let's get Bastion first, and...
Abandoned shack, a cave by the water. Huh? Looks like a smuggler's den to me.
So we're gonna get these two companions, and then we're gonna head over to Eldenroot, and then we're gonna get one of the Undaunted quests so that I can unlock the Blood Altar for my companion to run around with. So how are you doing tonight? I am doing outstandingly. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. We got our Oaken Soul Ring. We got our 3rd tablet, so our house is fully opened. And we've hit CP levels. So we're at level 50 CP 23, and now I've got to get it up to 160 so that I can actually wear the Oaken Soul Ring. So yeah, we're making some very solid progress. Now I'm going through and I'm collecting the companion. So I'm getting Bastion now. We're going to get Miri next. And then we're going to head on over to the Eldenroot to get... to complete a Undaunted quest so that we can unlock the Blood Altar for our companions to be able to use. And then from there, we'll probably kick off into High Isle to recruit Ember. And then Necrom to recruit Sharp as Night, and I always call him Azander. I know that's not how you say his name though. But the crotchety old man over there in Necrom. We're gonna go and get them today as well. So that's the intent. We're gonna unlock the Blood Altar skill line for everybody and collect all the companions. But how are you doing? Anything new or exciting in your part of the world? I've never played this game, but it's always looked fun. Honestly, if you can, once you understand like the basics of the game, which isn't as, it's not as intuitive as it could be, but it is pretty basic to understand and simple to understand. Once somebody, whether it's a YouTube tutorial video, guide video, a live streamer from Twitch or YouTube, or a handwritten guide or a typed out guide that someone's written. But once you get like the core basics of the game and like what the expectations are, how it works together, what goals are, what milestone goals you need to work towards. Once you get all of that, like, it's actually a really solid game. It genuinely is. And then if you can run it, if you can get into with a community, like, you're set. You'll probably never need another game because they're still adding new content. In fact, this year is the first year they're changing the format. What they would do beforehand was they were called chapters, which is kind of like DLCs, you know, like Destiny with their DLCs and things like that, right? But they would be paid DLCs. So you'd buy the DLC, you get access to it. And they would do that once a year. So once a year, we were getting DLCs. This is the first year they're not doing that. They're not doing chapters anymore. They've announced they're doing what are called seasons, which is like a theme and an event and special things like that. Now, that's not to take away from the standard events that they do throughout the year, because they do have standard events that just rotate through constantly. So we'll have to see on what this season holds, but it definitely looks like they're going to be going into, based on the artwork, it looks like they're probably going to be going into the Black Marsh region, which map-wise, show you the Black Marsh region. So it's like this area here, and it's only like this portion of this, but it's like this portion of the world is looking like this is going to be the theme of the area we're going to be in, which is the Argonians. But we'll have to see what ends up happening, because again, they haven't told us when and where. But super fun, tons and tons of content. But yeah, if you ever get interested in jumping in this game, we've got people within this community here that are on PC, which this is what I'm doing. I'm rebuilding on PC right now. So we got PC, and we've got people that play it on Xbox as well. I think we have a handful of PlayStation players, but for the most part, everyone in the community is either on PC or Xbox, and almost everyone in the community does play it. So you'll have plenty of people to draw from. And I don't know if you follow ManBearNug, but ManBearNug's he's an actual official ESO stream broadcast team member. So like they have their own, the ESO, the game, they have their own official team, and he's part of it. So he's another phenomenal source for information that will regularly show up in the community. Oftentimes you can find him lurking in the background, but yeah, another phenomenal source. And then we've also got Mr. Mike Macon. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, but he's another wonderful source of information, and he knows pretty much everything there is to know about ESO, period. Zynode Gaming, he's another face of ESO and their broadcasting team, and he'll raid in every now and then here too as well. So we've got a lot of the people that you want to get to be connected to that'll show up here periodically, or that I can give you their links and you can go to if you're interested in the game, that can really get you started. But I definitely would recommend playing it if you're given an opportunity and time. I'm just working. What do you do for work? Your instrument is fire scare. I know it's not new. I'm strained and I've been wanting to be. Well, I'll have to see. I'll have to look at what the setup is in here, but I think we might be able to get some more of this green screen stuff for you in like a stand for your area. We might be able to do that for you. I'll have to look into that. I'll have to see how much of the material I would need and then get it all priced out. Concrete restoration and waterproofing. Oh, that sounds like pretty like demanding work. Physically demanding. It sounds like it's a really cool job though. Like you gotta have definitely a certain set of training and skills to do it. But that definitely sounds like you also gotta be physically capable as well. Imagine it's super rewarding though. Like as far as like knowing that you can fix this. Because that's a cool set. That's a cool skill set to have. Especially with concrete being such a prevalent construction material. Hey, Scare, you can list PC stats on profile now, like the cool kids. Oh, I could! The problem is I don't understand what stats I'm supposed to list. Because I don't know that much about PC gaming yet. We're still learning. Eventually, when I understand what that stuff means, then I'll probably post it on there. Let's see here. So, Bishop, what kind of games are you doing right now? Whenever you're not working. Sounds tiring, possibly rewarding. Oh my god, I'm literally typing rewarding and skip. Edit. Manbear Nug has enlisted. Well, Manbear Nug is also far more technologically savvy than I am. Like, he understands what those things mean. I can say those things. I don't understand what I'm saying, but I can say them. Do a speech, try to search for fun, but there's no link, and I saw that. You just take the, if you're, I don't know how to do it in the, app, but I know what I do is I just go grab a copy and paste the address bar.
This is definitely not a smuggling operation.
Still we're playing Ghost Recon Wildlands, been playing some Kingdom Come Deliverance. Nice. Nice. I need to... I've got so many games now. Now that I have a PC, I've got so many damn games I've got to go through. Because, like, Fallout New Vegas, I got to figure out how to make OBS cooperate with that game. Because that's one game I've never been able to do a complete playthrough for my channel. And I have tried a few times, like 2 or 3 times, where the console version I had just kept crashing and it wasn't playable. But I know I got to do that. I know I got to get all this built up. Rebuild my empire on ESO. And I genuinely, at some point, do want to play a Total War game and stream it. Just because, like, the Total War games are legitimately some of my favorite games in the world. And then, honestly, if we have any Warhammer fans in here that are Warhammer fans like I am, they'll enjoy a little callback to old school Warhammer. Because... Hold on. there's the original games that everyone got big on, like the Warhammer really popped off in the video game community with was Dawn of War. It was the very first Dawn of War, and then it was Winter Assault, and then Dark Crusade was like peak Dawn of like Warhammer gaming at that time period, and then everything since then, up until they came out with Space Marine 2, was kind of downhill from there. Cause like they came out with Soulstorm. Soulstorm was an expanded version of Dark Crusade. Dark Crusade was conquer the planet, and by the way, we're introducing Necrons, which are skeleton robots that are freaking like, those things are so cool, and they have such a fucked up storyline. And they're the only ones that have ever, like, they won. So they went to war with one set of gods, beat that set of gods, turned on their own gods, who then betrayed them, and fought their own gods and turned their own gods into batteries. Yep. And after all of that, they got into a fight with everyone else that was created, because the gods started creating races just to try to fight them and keep them away, which failed. But they fought themselves into a stalemate with the other races to the point where they're just like, you know what? I don't have to fight you. I'm just going to go to sleep. And they went to sleep. And multiple empires have risen and fallen. Species have been completely eradicated. We know that hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years have passed since they went to sleep. And now they're beginning to wake up and they're pissed. And there's really no threat to them. So that was the introduction to that faction in Warhammer for the video gaming universe. It was so freaking cool. But it's not turn-based. It's real-time strategy where you have to build up your base, build up your troops, go and conquer the enemy while they're doing the same thing, and collect resources. And there's a whole storyline, and you can play as every one of the factions, and the objective is to conquer the planet, and the planet's broken into territories, and you get to choose the order in which you attack the territories and conquer them, and you also have to defend, which is also really cool. And there's a bunch of factions to choose from to play as in that one, and then Soulstorm was that just expanded to multiple planets. I am going the wrong way. I need to start like paying attention to what I'm doing and not getting distracted.
Thank you. We've been here for days.
Now, Warhammer 40,000 is the... Hold on. Warhammer 40,000 is the sci-fi future version of that universe, and then the Total War game that I'd probably be playing would be Warhammer 3, more than likely. And Warhammer 3 is Total War Warhammer 3 is the fantasy variant.
I wonder what this place was. It doesn't look dwarven.
You said dwarven. I want to point that out. Dwarven. Not Dwemer. Dwarven. Where the fuck are the dwarves? Well, the Dwemer are dwarves. Sometimes. They will still be the most confusing lore ever. I wonder if they're gonna... They've got to expand on it at some point. The fan base of Elder Scrolls is just... It's too much of a demand at this point.
I'm not really with them. Don't hurt me.
Because the Dwemer have been referred to as dwarves and deep elves both. In every video game, as a matter of fact, they've been referred to as both of those things.
You better not lay a finger on me. You have no idea who you're dealing with.
Xanathar, give me patience.
What is the meaning of this intrusion? Who are you people? What do you think you're doing here? I warn you, I am favored by the daughter of Sithis. She will avenge every injury you inflict on me.
Daughter of Sithis. The Daedric Prince? Sithis? That Sithis? Because, if that's the case, big dog, unless he's showing up here, you've got bigger problems on your hand. Because I promise his daughter ain't gonna stop us. Now, Sithis himself shows up, you might be spared. Maybe. That's if they don't let us fight him. Because, like, we do get to fight Molag Bal and whip that ass. So, and he's bigger and scarier than the rest of them.
Quisley Sylvel? He belongs to Leleus now. She is the daughter of Sithis, and none dare defy her. Leave while you can. You're fools if you think you can save him from her.
If anything happens, you're not walking out of here.
No! No! Quisley is Leleus's consort. You'll find them in the Fane of Scorn. I think the way there is back the way you came. Or maybe ahead. He's safe for now, though. They've got someone else to sacrifice today. Please, don't hurt me.
You're a Daedric worshipping cultist, psycho. That would definitely be one of those, like, so here's what I'm gonna do. Put your weapon on the floor. Step inside this cage over here. Shuts the cage, locks the cage, throws the sack of food in there. And then goes, hey, let's see if your Daedric Prince rescues you, shall we? And then I would just walk away. Because either he's gonna starve to death and die, or the Daedric Prince shows up and lets him out and rewards his worship. Either way, he wins because he's a worshiper of a Daedric Prince, which means when he dies, he's already pledged his soul more than likely to that prince. So either way, he gets to meet his prince. Bam! Problem solved, see? Making them happy. Hooking them up with connections of meeting their actual princes.
They caught a dark elf sneaking around. Even now, she faces the death of the Crystal Fangs in the ritual room just ahead. But Leleus isn't there. She and her brother are in the Fane below. Your Quisley.
I don't believe him. I think he knows more than he says he does.
Yep. Put him in a cage.
The daughter of Sithis? The Fane of Scorn? I don't believe it. Quisley's fallen in with death worshippers?
I gotta pay attention to the other ones, because I don't remember if Xander, Sharp as Night, and Ember and Miri have blue on them, but Isabel, Bastion, Czar all have blue on their outfits, so I'm kind of curious about that.
Hardly. The only thing that interests Quisley is himself. Either these Sithis
Who
followers
is-
have their true nature to lure him in, or he's so besotted with a woman that he doesn't realize he's in danger. Either way, I'd better get him out of here. I'm not sure I believe this sniveling cultist, but we shouldn't let anyone get sacrificed. Not even Tenare Vels. Let's split up. You keep going, in case he's telling the truth. I'll see if I can find out more about the daughter and the Fane.
Please, I'll tell you anything you want. Just let me go.
Orcs, Bretons, and Redguard are Daggerfall, Nord, Dark Elf and Argonian, Ebonheart, High Elves, Wood Elves, and Khajiit. Man, I really got to think on that.
I know
Because-
where the map of this place is. It's not far. Just, don't hit me.
Helpful of you. What else can you tell me?
I gotta check their... Because orcs fall under Imperial nowadays. And what was the other two? Breton and Redguard? The Imperials abandoned the Redguard, which have fallen to Dominion control. And the Bretons. What is the Bretons' current whereabouts? Like, situation, and I gotta check what their situation is in modern timeline for Elder Scrolls.
Help! Break these crystals! Please, they're killing me!
Raj.
Praise Vec. Thank you, stranger. Let's talk somewhere safer.
Ah, there you are.
Those idiots were going to sacrifice me. Ugh, my skin still feels like I've got 1,000 tiny spiders biting me. That was horrible. Oh, and thank you. I don't know what someone like you was doing here, but I won't argue with Providence.
She looks like she's wearing the same armor as the cultists.
Ah, the dutiful and not terribly clever mage. I'll bet he's angry with me. I took care not to inflict any permanent damage on him, and I fully intended to set him free just as soon as I finish here. It's business, not personal. Then you understand my predicament. I need Sylvel if I want Lars Tull off my back, but it's not worth getting myself killed over. Help me get out of here and I'll help you. I got a look at a map, so I think I know where you can find Sylvel.
Alright, Raj.
I thought I'd slip in, knock out a smuggler or two, grab this Quisly fellow, and be back in Leowin in time for dinner. No such luck. I run into principled competition and deluded cultists praying to Sithis. Not much. Lars Tull suspected that Quisly was hiding out in a smuggler's cave on the coast. I thought I'd have to check them all. Then I ran into your friend, Bastion. I knew there was something off about the smuggler story, though. It didn't fit.
Okay, so how much of the debt does he
He
owe?
must be in deep. If Lars Tull is willing to write off what I owe to get his claws on Quisly. Too bad for him, but it's a chance for me to get out of a bad situation. Lars Tull makes a good living from other people's mistakes. Or desperation.
Lars Tull, and she says claws. So does that indicate that he's a Khajiit?
I borrowed gold against imagined winnings like every gambler ever. You ask a lot of questions. Not to be rude, but I'd really rather find Quisly and get out of here. These cultists already tried to sacrifice me once, after all. I found notes left behind by some unfortunate scholar. He'd apparently come here to make a survey of the ruins. I hope he had the good sense to retreat when he found fresh evidence of a cult presence. More likely, he came to a bad end. I did. It's all the way down at the end of this maze, naturally. The scholar's notes hinted that it's an abandoned temple, once dedicated to Sithis. Well, probably not abandoned now.
Well, to be fair,
I saw a rough map of this place before I got caught. So I think I know where to go.
murderous...
I'll keep out of your way if we run into more cultists. After that ritual...
Hold on.
no condition for a fight.
Murderous Daedric worshipping cults that have temples dedicated to them, to their Daedric princes, probably are never actually abandoned. So for anyone to think that they would be is wild. Daedric princes tend to not like to let go of what they control or what is dedicated to them. They tend to be very stingy with what's theirs. Oh, it's the vampire dude. Yeah, I remember this guy.
Vampire in a cage. This isn't terribly helpful.
You're not part of this
There's got
cult,
to be a
are
way
you?
through.
In fact, you
I know
appear
what
to
I
be
saw on the map.
lost. Your dark elf friend watches me with no small amount of suspicion. Perfectly understandable, but I'm not a slave to my hunger. Why are you wandering around Deepscorn Hollow anyway? The daughter of Sithis is fond of sacrificing strangers. I have heard the name. The daughter of Sithis herself has him. These miserable Sithis pretenders. I can show you the passage you seek. I'll consider it payback for the way they locked me up. They hid the switch for a secret door under that crate over there by the wall. Clever, if one is a child. I cannot believe I thought these weak-minded fools might have a genuine insight into the dark mysteries of Sithis.
Huh. Surprisingly helpful.
Hit it in a crate. Ah, this crate. Here we go.
Would you do me a favor in return?
I knew it. I never grow tired of being correct.
Perhaps before you rush off, you might unlock this cell? A favor in return for my showing you the switch? Let me again assure you, I'm in control of my urges. I shall not harm you.
Okay, what's up?
I came here hoping the temple held answers about my condition. But the cultists discovered me as I fed upon an unwary noble from Gideon. The daughter of Sithis was intrigued, but when she realized I had not yet mastered my powers, she locked me away.
Okay. You're feeding on nobles, I'm cool with that. And you're trying to find out more about your condition. You're trying to understand it. Which also means this wasn't a choice, because you don't have a mentor. So, not having a choice, actively seeking answers. I think I can let you out. You're the type of vampire I want out anyways. The kind that actually wants to comprehend and understand.
Yes, that would be an elegant solution to my predicament. I'm afraid that I'm rather new to this state of being. I haven't figured out that trick yet.
If you talk to this dude and you're a vampire, does it change the dialogue choices? Probably not, because it's an online game, right? But still, if you're a vampire, does it change it?
I'm still capable of gratitude, stranger. I just want to be free of this place. I came here expecting something quite different.
Yeah, I genuinely am curious. You're a vampire and you talk to that dude.
Perhaps the friend you seek might still be alive.
I'd imagine it would, right? Because he can't do the basic things that a vampire can do. 'Cause he's new. I'd imagine maybe you could, like, offer some information?
Come on.
Probably not. But I am curious now.
Before we go on.
No!
Thinking.
I don't care what you've been
I
thinking.
stumbled headlong into a bad situation once already. I do try to learn from my mistakes.
Okay.
I've been thinking. there's a good chance we won't find Quisley Sylvel alive.
Okay, and?
Nothing good. I wouldn't go so far as to say that it comes down to bringing Quisley in, or taking his place, but it's close. I really need to be free of Lars Tull. I barely persuaded him to give me this chance. I won't get another one. This may sound ghoulish, but if Quisley is dead, I'd like his signet ring. It's big, gold, and set with rubies. If I bring it back to Lars Tull, it will show that I held up my end of our bargain, and he would take it in payment of my debt. Someone's coming!
I mean, I'm not mad about that idea.
I'm afraid I wasted my time on that cultist. He knew nothing. Glad I caught up to you. You put the fear of the gods into our captive cultist. It was sobbing on the floor when I gave up and left. I did meet a surprisingly talkative vampire, though. He told me which way you went. And seriously, do not turn your back on Tenare. Our weepy friend told me that Quisley's quite taken with this daughter of Sithis. Figures. My guess is he told her his family is wealthy, so she's keeping him alive for ransom. We'll probably find them in the shrine they call the Fane of Scorn.
Why is everyone ignoring the fact that we were told what he is? We were told that he is the daughter of Sithis' consort. We were told what he is being kept for. And yet everyone's ignoring them. Like, oh, well, I bet they're going to ransom him. Oh, I bet he's going to be dead. Why? How do we go from being told by a member of this cult that he is the daughter of Sithis' consort to the people who are trying to rescue him ignoring this and going, oh, he's either dead or being held alive for ransom? It's like, did y'all fucking miss? He's probably here willingly at this point.
She seems like the sort who expects the worst. I remain optimistic. I don't always get along with Quisley, but I don't want him to end up sacrificed by the cult, or turned into some crime boss's object lesson for that matter. Not at the cost of his life. I'll figure out something. I always do. But just in case, warn Tenare that she'd better not try anything foolish when we get Quisley. She caught... You're not even going to apologize, are you?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Woo! All right. Now then. Wait a second. That's an Imperial officer. That's an Imperial symbol. That's an Imperial soldier. This, I'm betting, is the Emperor, or was at least what's left of the statue. I thought this was a shrine dedicated to Sithis, not the Imperial Empire. 'Cause, like, that diamond we're seeing, look at that. That's the king of the. That's the amulet of the kings that's worn by the empire, the emperor. Yeah. Weird. I was expecting Daedric decorations, not Imperial.
Quisley! I'm no use in a fight right now. I'll keep back.
Go away.
Arise, my brother. Kill these trespassers.
I'll get out of the way.
Quisly before he runs off again. The little bastard.
She's got normal colored eyes, so she's not a vampire.
How dare you? Lalice would never have hurt me. She said so.
She murders people. You idiot! You were probably next.
I'm not talking to you, Bastion. Nor to that rude dark elf that just laughed at me.
Well, then I guess that by default, I'm all that's left. Yeah, I genuinely don't think that she was gonna sacrifice him.
You spoiled everything. You and that lumbering oaf my father insists on sending to make my life miserable, and whoever that dark elf is barging in and ruining my life. Who do you people think you are?
We saved your life.
That's just your opinion. Everybody here treated me as a guest of honor. And Lalace, the daughter of Sithis, chose me to be her consort. She told me that she'd give me the kiss of Sithis soon. Why would you ruin this for me?
Ah, she was gonna kill you. Just really specially. Because Kiss has said this. Yeah, okay. Let's go with this one.
That is no concern. Wait. Did you say Lars Tull? Is that why the Dark Elf's here? I've seen her in his headquarters out here. I may owe him some gold. I can't believe they sent Bastion after me again. They treat me as if I were a wayward child. I am perfectly capable of managing my own affairs. I refuse to go.
Perfectly capable of managing your own affairs, and yet you're in debt. Like stupid debt. To a crime boss. And you were the consort who was being promised the kiss of Sithis by a cult leader. And you can manage your own affairs and you're not a wayward child, huh? Okay. Raj.
Claim me. I am not some sack of flour to be bargained over. Oh, very well. Bastion works for me, indirectly. I'll go with him. I can write a promissory note for the Dark Elf to deliver to her thug of a boss. He's a terrible person.
Bastion doesn't seem very fond of Quisly. I can't imagine why. We compared notes while you were talking with that simpering idiot. Bastion said he might have an idea that would solve things for both of us.
I'm guessing she takes the signet ring and he takes the kid. I'm guessing that's the split.
Years ago, I lost everything trying to get my brother out of a fishy trading scheme. Lars Tull offered to help me. I'm still paying for it. It would be grand to be done with Lars Tull and to pull one over him at the same time. If Bastion's willing to work with me, and perhaps forget about the knocked out and tied up business, I think we might have room for a compromise.
Once we get Quisly out of here, I'm done. I've paid my debt to his family 3 times over. All right. I think I know how to sort this out. If Tenare is prepared to listen, that is, I'm willing to overlook the knock on the head to settle this.
1 second, folks. My chat just got disconnected on my side. Here we go. All right, reconnected. Outstanding. All right, let's do that again.
Once we get Quisly out of here,
All right,
first, we need to get Quisly out of Blackwood. Tenare doesn't have anything personal against him. Well, no more than anyone else who meets him. but the criminals she'd bring Quisly to might kill him. I'll threaten to tell his parents about this whole affair unless he cooperates and goes straight back to Daggerfall. Quisly knows that Lord Sylvel can cut him off. It's the only threat that actually scares him. He would have to earn a living. I think we can all walk away from this. We ship Quisly home, secretly. Then we make sure that Tanare has something she can take back to Lars Tull. Thank you, friend. I think Lord Sylvel would agree that you've earned your payment.
Yep.
What do you think, Tanare? Are you willing to give it a try?
I'll need to bring Lars Tull proof of Quisly's demise.
What kind of proof would you need?
I'm clearly not dead!
If I bring Quisly's signet ring to Lars Tull, he'll believe me.
That's what I was thinking. I'll tell the Sylvels that Quisly sold the ring to pay his debt.
I'm right here!
That ring should work. It might even cover most of Quisly's debt.
What? My ring? I'm not giving you a damn thing! Bastion, keep that woman away from me!
Oh, there it is. I bet that felt good.
Here you go. I'll make sure Quisly understands to stay away from Blackwood.
Thank you. This should clear my account with Lars Tull. And perhaps clear yours with this ingrate and his family.
Notifications? There he is. Okay, so... Alright. Miri. Miri, let's see if I can remember where she's at. Maybe there? So if I just go north, I should be able to hit there and grab a waypoint on the way. So let's do that. North. Alright, so we're going to head all the way up. Guess I should use my horse, huh? I do want to go to Venderfall, though, and that one I am going to use a... Yeah, I think that one I am going to use a guide for. To get the table unlocked. Because you had to go through and you got to take rubbings of various different shrine locations. But man, the table is so freaking cool. Mmm. We're actually going to go right there first. Go grab this one, and then we're going to go northeast of that, and that'll be the second one, and that should, in theory, be by Miri, and if it's not, then I will Google it. With her being in the water like that, that makes her look like she's an actual person and not a creepy ass ghost that summons other balls of energy to eat your face. They don't eat your face. They just freeze you to death. Same damn thing. Note on a tree. Almost there. Hey, doing all of this is getting our waypoints unlocked too, so that's kind of nice. Then we'll be able to like taxi new players or new characters for other people and stuff. That'll be nice. Be able to be helpful in that regard as well. Woo! We're almost to this. There we go. There's that one. Get around the imps.
I have sought trouble in worse places. I am with you.
Ah, giant one! The Duke of Crows requests your help.
Oh.
Hail! Come closer. You stand before a projection of the Duke of the Black Feather Court. A grievous injustice has been done here, and I must implore you for aid. Implore! My flock has been tricked, lured here with foul magic and promises of shinies. A foolish mage wishes to open a connection to the Evergloam to join his featherless cult to our mistress Nocturnal. Pah! I speak to you through the magic of this place, but neither I nor the court can leave until we are freed. Please help us! Come with me inside and free us from the cult's clutches. Though I am very mighty, it is not within my power to save myself or my court. I need your assistance. The Blackfeather Court will owe you a great boon if you take on this sacred duty.
Now we deal with the Blackfeather Court in Clockwork City. If we help them here now, does that change our interaction there? Because I know like there's some characters you encounter in Clockwork City, but if you have encountered them in previous areas of the storyline, they comment on the fact that they recognize you and they remember you from helping them earlier. So I'm curious if that happens here.
I shall inflict my vengeance on these cultists through you, Crow friend. Such impropriety must be punished. Once the court is freed, we will feast on the squishy eyes of these peasants. Come, come! We must hurry!
All right.
The others are inside. I will show you.
I will definitely help that dude out later. Before we go to Clockwork. Just because, like, if that has a... and it, like, plays a part of it, that I think that would be kind of cool if that has an impact on the dialogue later. Like, if they recognize us, they remember us. We have to do the Ebonheart Pact area, too, because it's through their area you get access. And here it is. So look at that. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, minus that one, because that one we started with. So 5. Got 5 new location markers. And Bastion, and there's Miri.
Observe the ruin, not help you mount a suicidal rescue mission.
Then you can observe me kicking every fetching cultist's ass standing between me and my little brother.
Well, let me help you out there.
Who are you? Another of these useless Leowin layabouts? Oh, no, you're an adventurer like me. Don't tell me Zagira roped you into this
Now
mess
you're
too.
wearing green.
My little brother and I answered a job posting seeking adventurers to help explore a newly discovered ruin. Only once the expedition got underway and we were all split up, our employers turned on us. I barely got away. Free my little brother and the others before something terrible befalls them? I don't know if I can do this on my own, but I have to try. Can I count on your help? Or were all the questions just morbid curiosity? I can pay if I have to.
If you'll adventure with me, I got you.
There were 5, in addition to me, who got duped into this. My brother, Liam, Eolaf, a Nord warrior, Ardia, a high elf researcher, Dijos, an Argonian scout, and Garlor, a wood elf adventurer. Other than my brother, I don't know a lot about them. Not much. Zagira, the woman who hired us, was charming. I didn't buy her story that her expedition was for study, but she paid half our fee up front. I figured they were just treasure hunters looking for plunder. We had no idea they were a cult.
Legitimately, though, when it comes to protection details and escort details, like that type of private contracting, you pay up front anyways. You pay a portion of everything up front because a portion of that payment is covering expenses, things that are needed, equipment, if there's attire requirements, weaponry requirements, whatever the case may be that they're going to need on the job at that moment to do whatever the job is. You're going to want them to have that ahead of time. So yeah, like them paying up front portion of the payment, it's kind of like a standard practice thing. So if you're not doing that up front, then you're not doing it correctly to begin with. That's definitely like you take a portion of the payment that covers the expenses. That's the part you take up front. Now, how much ever your payment total is irrelevant. You just need to make sure that you have what is required to cover the expenses up front. And then the rest of it they can pay afterwards.
About the time they said, don't kill her, we need her for the ritual. And while they were trying to subdue me. Probably saved my life, though. I fought twice as hard knowing they were taking it easy on me. No one else escaped, that I know of.
And the other reason you do it that way, too, is so that you're not paying to be able to work, to potentially make money. Because the other part is if you're doing violent work, dangerous work like that, you also have to take into account there is a very real percentage that you're not going to survive long enough to get the full payment. So, like, you don't want to have to cause debt or loss in assets if anything does happen to you and you don't survive. Because you're not going to be there to make sure that they pay your next of kin. You're not going to be there to make sure that they end up continuing to honor the agreement. You're also not going to be there to make sure they survive. So you do, at minimum, always cover the expenses. So that way it doesn't affect anybody financially.
We didn't get far with our expedition before things went sour, but the ruin was in pretty bad shape. You'll need a grapple bow to get anywhere quickly. Fortunately, I have a spare. They're simple enough to use if you've never tried one.
We have, actually. We used one with Zaji in the Dragon Guard storyline. All right. So we're going to recruit Miri, and then we're going to go find out about an Undaunted quest, because we got to do one. And then once we got that, then we'll go and recruit Ember.
Be careful. I saw a lot more cultists during my escape than the ones who led me here.
And I want to get this carpet again. This rug. That chain rug. I used that as a decoration in my last house. On my main house in console. I love the Daedric decorations in general.
Not our sky. It wasn't like this before. We should hurry. The bridge is out, but that support looks sturdy enough for the grapple bow. You're just nearly complete.
They're gonna make me go all the way back to talk to Miri, huh? Miri.
That's your...
Yes, I know. I know. You want me to destroy the stone. I was trying to. Thank you. So basically the thing is you can just go ahead and release them, and that'll kill them, or you can break this and then release them, and they survive. They have a higher chance of surviving. So that's the indication there, and it costs you nothing to do it right. So you might as well. It's not that hard.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Miri.
It worked! It was definitely a Daedric ritual, but not your typical sacrifice. Offerings to the princes are usually quick and brutal. This was much more purposeful. I don't know what they were trying to accomplish, but they were using Yorlof's soul to power it. The Swits didn't tell us much of their plans before stabbing us in the back, but I've got a rough idea where they were taking the other stones. If we had
Alright, so they just tell us to continue the corridors. Let's go do it! Oh yeah, I'm gonna need my Daedric thrones again. I do dig those chairs.
Hold on. I recognize that journal. It belonged to Ardia. Well, I'll be. Ardia actually made a break for it. She's the last one I'd have expected to escape. 2 left feet, that one. Much as I'd like to believe she made it out, somehow I doubt it. Honestly, I'm impressed she made it this far, but my gut tells me she's still here. I think we should keep looking for the rest of those sacrificial stones. Whoever's still bound up in the cult. It's getting to the point that I hardly recognize this place. It's like the sky is on fire and everything's scorched. Did the cult come here just to destroy this place?
Yes, I mean, I
Hardly
don't
makes
know.
any sense, but Daedra worship too often doesn't. It's possible.
Alright. Miri! Let's move!
Trees. Shifting is more drastic here. Looks like they caught Ardia after all. We need to free her.
Surely I'm at least next to one of them, right? I am.
Helped. There's still something drawing power from the ritual. Let's keep looking. That's done it. Now, destroy the array.
Yep, en route.
Come on, Ardia. Watch your
Run!
I'm just a little unsteady.
Where's Miri? There she is.
It looks like Ardia will be all right. Hopefully she can make a successful escape this time. I can't be certain, but Dijo, Scarlor, and my little brother Liam are still missing. We have to assume they've been captured and bound like the other two. We need to stop these rituals, and not just for their sakes.
And what do you mean?
I have a theory about the purpose of these rituals. The changes to the land, the sky, the blasted heat. I think this place is being overtaken by another plane. If I had to guess, I'd say it's becoming the Deadlands. I think this ruin isn't actually part of Nirn. More like a piece of our world bottled up, and the cult is trying to fill the bottle from another source.
So to be clear, the planet which we are on is called Nirn. The continent which this game takes place on, and most of the Elder Scrolls games take place on, is called Tamriel. So Tamriel is a continent on the planet of Nirn. And it's more referred to as like a realm. So like, when we zoom out, this entire centerpiece area is Tamriel. We know that there's more on this side of the map, this side of the world, that are other land masses. We do know that for sure. But this is just Tamriel. And then these are all outer regions that are different realms, which we will be definitely exploring. Oh, did we finish our Endeavors social? I don't remember. I'm at max level. Has unlocked Fighters Guild and then consume these. Okay, what do we got here? Use grants, 70 points to the Fighters Guild reputation. You must already cannot sign a page warning. Oh. Lion card, huh? It's DC stuff. RK and ending cycle. Oh, RK, that's the god of death. Oh, that's kind of cool. Cool. I don't know if you're here, Man Bear, but thank you. Thank you. I think I have the Fighters Guild stuff. Let's make sure. Yep, Fighters Guild. But we can still use them. Wee. What do we have here? What is this? 10% numbers against vampires and werewolves, which I'm not using anything in the fighter abilities. Increase your for everyone you generate whenever with a it specifies right there with a Fighters Guild ability slotted, which I'm not using. Allows you to accept bounty quests from Fighters Guild. But what do we have here? Expert Hunter. It's all stamina. The Dawn Guard Vampire Hunter's Crossbow Bolt. Ooh, I bet you that evolves into something pretty good. Pretty cool. Alright. Let's get going. That was pretty awesome. I definitely like style pages and crafting motifs and everything. And this dude using a book, like, I think he's gonna be my jack of all trades that can do everything. However, he will be a master of crafting. I know the full saying, for those who have never heard, is the jack of all trades and master of none. I mean, you can do enough to get by in pretty much basically everything, but you're not an expert in anything because you're competent in everything instead.
Garlaw? Oh, fetching Vec!
His soul's gone.
He's gone. Right.
Yep, let's go. I'm not supposed to go that way. I'm supposed to go this way. Let's go, let's go. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. All right. Woo! I gotta find out what Man Bear's morph was that he went with for the for this attack, this ability, because I watched him use it the other day, but I'm curious on which morph he's using. Gotta make a point to remember to ask. That's got to be like an Argonian, right? With the name like Dijos. Yep. Those ones are unique, Argonians, because they come from the history.
We managed. No.
Woo! Where are we at? We're at 29. Very nice. Soon we'll be able to. Well, not soon. I say that, but it's like we still got to get to 160.
Give Liam back, and maybe I won't fetch and kill you.
There we go. Raw. Illuminate them. Oh, there's no one standing over by the switch.
I think that did it. The gate's unsealed. Let's find Liam. Zakira, if you think a little lava is going to stop me, you've got another thing coming. Lightened their burden a bit, but it might not be enough. Look for other focal crystals.
Bum 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 bum.
Did you see any others?
No, actually, I don't see any others.
I'd never see you again.
You can inform your worthless legates that we stopped the cultists. No thanks to you.
Just be grateful your little dispute didn't land you afoul of the law. Cease your meddlesome trespassing while you're ahead, and get a real job.
Excuse me? Homie? Get a real... She's an adventurer. She's a private contractor, a mercenary. Call it what you want. I promise it pays better and is far more sought after and held in higher regard than fucking whatever the hell your job is. What do you, patrol for the local militia? Ooh. Get a real job. Bro, check it out. Look in the mirror. You couldn't accomplish shit. She stopped the melding of 2 different planes of existence here on Nirn, which would have threatened all life. What have you done with your life?
We did it! My little brother is safe, and that backstabbing viper Zagira's plans are in shambles. Oh, I almost wish I could see what Dagon does to her for her failure, but my imagination's probably better than his anyway.
Probably. That's a fair assessment.
We leave this useless swit to his report and count to Zora's lucky stars. My little brother is alive and well, thanks to you. That's more than I could ask. We owe you. If you ever need anything, and I mean anything, you can count on me. I should get word that we're safe to our parents as soon as possible. I hope to see you again soon. And Liam, straight to Leowin, you hear?
I just want a moment to catch my breath and thank your friend here, Mother.
And there we go. She has been chosen. So now we've got... Bum 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 bum. Okay, it is handled. Now we need to go to Elden Root. Which, by the way, I'm curious on what that place costs, because that's a place that I'm going to probably use quite frequently. And I wonder why they chose the Bosmer. Because of Valenwood. Because of the Valenwood.
In a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall. Perhaps I misremember. Pay me no mind.
It got interrupted. Because an NPC bumped us. Raj.
Orcs are all about honor and all that, yeah? I wonder if he really tricked me.
Fate summons you, champion. Will you answer its call?
We use this place too often to not have it for 45,000 gold. We've got a little over 500,000, so we can afford it. We're good. I just needed it to save money because this is the capital for my faction. And there's not a free house here. All right, so now we got to go talk to, what's his name? Not you, not you, not you. You.
Nothing about you says Brit. I might be. Some collectors want to study old armor and weapons from the Crypt of the Exiles. Not full sets, you understand? Just the bits and pieces that haven't fallen to dust. Because most of what's in there is cursed, including the bits and pieces. But if you slay the toughest creature you find in there, you'll lift the curse. Probably. So, think you can handle it?
Let's go. Where is it? Oh. It's in a place that I don't even have access to. Well, shoot. Those will sound like they're expensive houses. Well, shit. Okay. How do I get to you then? Rothgar, maybe? Does Merchant's Gate actually get me? Which, by the way...
I've got...
Yes.
25. Okay.
At your service.
26. Ooh, that's a cool one. Tunable workstation. Alright, so we know the rough estimates on those, so we'll figure that one out later. But eventually we'll end up with all the workbenches in the house, so that way everyone can use them. Alright, let's see if we can't figure this out. Let's actually look at... because it looks like there's an indicator here. Merchant's Gate it is, actually. Yes. Because it's on both maps. So we'll use that, because we've already got the way shrine next to it. All right, we made it.
Fewer people staring at me than I anticipated. What a strange time you live in.
You're just the type Sergeant Anteve is looking for.
Well, Sergeant Antive's gonna have to keep waiting. We're not prepared. We're not in this part of the storyline yet.
You there? Looking for me?
Nope. Not even in the slightest. Oh, way shrine. We've gotta go get it. Them be the rules. Yes, indeed. The more spots we have, the easier it is to navigate for quests later.
Comrade, a word.
Comrade, a word. No. Is that the right word? No? Sky shots.
More mages. That's it. We could do with more mages.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that you could just do with more bodies in general, competent and capable. Regardless if the mages or warriors or archers or whatever, right? Like, I'm pretty sure just more in general is what's gonna help. Get the way shrine first, and then we'll go jump in the delve there. Odin's. Oh, that is such a dope name. Okay, okay. Research. What do you guys just sell in general? Health. Shared pain. Mm. You guys got a lot of random things in here. Stamina, resistance. Oh, that's a PvP set. Because NPCs cannot crit. So anything that says it's crit resistance does not actually. Your attack is dodge, increase your spell damage by 95%. Whenever you see something that says it adds crit resistance, just know that that is 100% for PvP. They've got a bunch of weird random stuff in here. Nothing really that I'm seeing pops off to me. And a lot of it looks like it's just the same stuff, rinse and repeat. I don't imagine that they would have very much luck selling most of this. Oh, wait a second. Now that I will take, because that I can research. For 1,000? Yeah, absolutely. New Moon Priest Axes. Bow of Dark Convergence. When combat casting abilities leave the effect on the ground that applies 60% snare that pulls enemies. The 1 second delay after stunning them. I love Dark Convergence so much. Dark Convergence is one of my all-time favorite builds. Okay. Okay. Ooh. I totally have to do a Dark Convergence build. Dark Convergence with Azura Blight. Ooh, that one's gonna be brutal. I'm excited for that idea. I gotta find the right class for it though. Because the when you kill a player, the what do you call it? What am I class? What's my class? An Arcanist. An Arcanist. The Arcanist is not the most suited for it. Yeah, a lot of this other stuff is just like, eh. You know, honestly, I only stopped because they have such a cool name for their guild. That is legitimately the only reason I stopped. Bow of Hawkeyes. Reduces the cost and increases the damage of your bow abilities. Maximum stamina, spell damage. No, there's another one that I saw that was way better. It did something every time you hit somebody with a... Let's go to the very last page. $4 million for a style page. 2.5 million. Hot dang. I bet those are actually really cool looking. What was that called? Mother Chinati soldier shoulders. What did those look like for them to ask for 4 million? I'm betting really? Okay, so it's not here. It's not signatured. It's not medium. Because they're in alphabetical order. That's the one nice thing. So it's not there either. So if it's not in any of these... Yeah, because it would have been there. And that's what they were called, right?
Come and do business.
Used to learn the mother page can be traded, consumed, used, and seller evil Spock. So let's just try the Chinati. Let's see if Chinati just shows up. Because I don't have Mother Chinati, right? Yeah, no, I don't. Okay. Nope, not there. A. Crimson. Cold Snap. Celestial. Nope, not there. Celestial. Cold Snap. Nope, not there. Interesting. I don't know where that is because it's not even listed. That's genuinely interesting to me. I can't even preview it to see if it's worth the 4 million. And it is shoulders, right?
This one.
Shoulder. Style. Huh. Weird. I wonder why it's not listed.
A useful find.
It was a useful find, big dog. Crypt of Exiles Delve. Let's get to it. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. It beeped like something was just completed. Didn't see any indication about it. Did you come out of the coffin from behind me? Alright, well, we finally got a fragment, so I guess we're just killing everybody and farming them until they give us materials. Works for me.
Strength becomes you.
And locked me in this cage like I don't know why, because I wanted to feed myself and my family. They haven't forgotten about us. They're sending anymore. They aren't sending anymore. They have forgotten about us. They aren't sending us any more food. We had to take what we can. If it hadn't stolen it, my memory stone, we wouldn't be in this mess. That's the reason they won't let us out. It's all because of him. Because why should we let good flesh just run away and our families starve? Does that make any sense? Weird. That's another. I've never been in this one before. It's kind of wild seeing the skeletons all locked up like that. Woo! Heavy sack.
George, how useful. Azith Rabbar.
It was useful. You are right. Oh yeah, I need to go back there to get the sky shots. And there we go. Where be my oh my goodness. Torch bug. Coins. Alright, now let's go back the way we came in. Go. Now we just gotta go kill the boss and we're good to go. I think we're gonna run into some respawns on the way back out though.
You will not last.
And we're gonna hit you with this. There you are. We did it. There we go. I was like, is it really not gonna count? Like, we got the sky shard and we killed the dude. Alright, Raj. But the heavy sack renewed. So we'll take that trade. Very nice.
Sense Jock and suspected mischief. This is a nice surprise.
Okay, keep pushing, push, push. Alright, drop that ghost. Very nice, very nice. Oh, skeevers. Drop to the right. Bum 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 bum. Got you. Ooh, I see a heavy sack.
A reward for your keen eyes.
We're grabbing the quest just because this place is indicated as being complete, and I don't want to forget that I didn't actually do the quest here. So that keeps me as a reason to come back to a place that appears completed, because I know I'm not going to remember that. Alright, so now we gotta return. Now we can travel to this house for free. Boom. Right.
I will stay close to you, Tamit. I do not wish to lose my way.
Raj, totally tracks.
You have the stench of success about you. Blood, sweat, some kind of musk. As though you dove into a snow bear's mouth and stabbed your way out.
That sounds awful, but at the same time, like, understanding who he is, that's totally one of the coolest compliments.
Did your eyes start bleeding recently? You didn't cough up any beetles, did you? Good, good. Sounds like you avoided the curse. Probably.
Let's hold on to that because we started unlocking the CP ranks. If we can get to 160, then we'll be able to get the items out of there at 160. At least that's the way it works on console. We'll see if it works that way on PC. Social. Mail. Ah, yeah. Because I was going to use that for research. So let's go initiate that real quick. And actually, the whole reason I did that. Unlock that 6. Okay, so you can do the Crimson Font now. What is your current ones you're doing? I know that one's a taunt. When active, the enemies that strike them at range attacks are pulled towards, which he does constantly. Dealing frost damage, major breach, making their resistances go down, which is fantastic. Zones, healing their allies and removing. Alright, so the next one, 12, that's be where we end up putting the blood font for him. So next we're gonna go to Ember. Let's go recruit Ember over in High Isle. And then we will go to Necrom and recruit those two companions. And then we'll have all the companions opened up. Research. Infused. Which that'll be nice because you can actually make those rings for sale for store vendors for people to be able to buy, like I just did, for example, for researching. Research is full. Boom.
I pity these.
Those can go. Trash can go. Repair. Now we've got to go over here to blacksmithing. Research is full. Decon. Reinforce can go away. Nice.
Greetings, Sarah. A moment, if you please.
No, I don't, please. Deposit. Okay, good to go. Now we've got to go down to a way shrine. We're going to fast travel over to Ember, which actually we have the quest for Ember. All scribbles. We got new scribbles. It's a furnishing. Tall Papa's lamp. We'll have to go get that later on too. Moon's Blessed Ceremonial Pool. So I've got 29 days to go get that. Deadlands. I don't have access to Deadlands. Not yet. Oh, the whole point of that. The whole point of that was to open this up to go to High Isle. All right, so now we're gonna go recruit Ember, which is the Khajiit mage. The Khajiit cat who doesn't like fish. Like if you go fishing and you have her in your party, she'll genuinely get upset about it and you'll lose rapport over it. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Here we are. I'm going to cast a... That's one ward restored. Let's go fix the next one. It's in the glade just west of here.
Raj Wilco. Ooh, there's so many crocodiles.
Here we are. Oh, you're a natural. Maybe you should have been Magister Irin's apprentice.
Probably, but hard pants, thanks. No, sorry, Bob. Can't do it. Nope.
The last ward is down here, inside a cave.
Got him.
This is the last one. Let's get this over with. That's all the wards. Let's talk outside. I need to figure out what to do next.
I feel like we should talk inside where it's safe. We just cleared this entire thing. We know nothing here is going to hurt us. No? Okay. We'll go talk outside where there's random dangerous creatures just randomly roaming around to kill us.
My rogue spell is to blame for most of the weirdness happening around Tordreok, but it almost seems like these damned moats are becoming dangerous. They're doing more than just mischievous magic. Ugh, fish biscuits. I need to figure this out.
She even uses fish References. Fish biscuits. That's what she just said. But she doesn't like fish. Like, you even have her saying fish constantly. Like, come on, Zenimax. Explain it to me.
I'm not sure. The moats aren't new. They're always hanging around Tordreok. I think they're drawn to places like this. But there was nothing in my spell that should have made them act malevolent. And there are a lot more around than usual. Yes, I can make traps to contain them, but I'm still worried about their behavior. While I work on the traps, could you head into the tower and look to Magister Iron's things? He might have a book with more information about the moats.
Raj, Wilco.
See if you can find anything in the tower about the moats. I'll meet you there and start on the traps.
The moats she's talking about are these things. That is what she is talking about.
This is ridiculous. I knew Magister Iron should never have taken in a mangy cat like you.
Relax, Huldressa. I'm working on it.
You better work fast, because when...
Is it above? Yes, okay. What other things can we acquire here? Aren't you stealing? No, it doesn't say stealing. So we are simply acquiring. Stealing's wrong.
Did you find anything useful about the moats?
He said as he loots the entire house.
I finished the traps. Once we set them up, they should take care of the moats. Then I can sort out the livestock in Huldressa, and at some point create a counterspell to fix everything for good. Did you learn anything useful?
I found a book that mentions a wind spirit associated with the moats in this area.
Oh, I read that one, with the wind sorrow lady, right? Oh, what if my spell disturbed her and that's why the moats are acting up? That's troubling, and also a problem for future Ember. Let's focus on one thing at a time. Or two things, actually.
Which are?
The traps are finished, but the livestock and Huldressa are still a problem. I want to figure out a way to return them all to their natural forms before the illusion does any damage. Could you set the traps while I do that?
Alright, where should I set them?
Here, I'll mark some places to set the traps. They're in a pack by the work tables outside. While you do that, I'll figure out how to fix the livestock and Huldressa. Then I can work on my counterspell. Meet me by the...
Raj.
Setting up the traps. I'll meet you by the livestock pens when you're finished.
But if we disturb the lady and the lady is causing this drowned whispering lady thing, whatever that she's indicating, this wind spirit, shouldn't we just deal with the wind spirit and wouldn't that kind of solve everything at that point? If you address the actual cause, doesn't the side effects go away? I gotta do some serious fishing at some point too, so I can get my provisioning up. All right, one more. Uno más. All right, now we gotta meet her by livestock shed.
You're back! The traps worked, didn't they? See? I told you I know what I'm doing. Mostly. Speaking of which, I think I figured out a way to return the livestock to their original forms. I made something. I know it looks like a spoon, but, well, technically it is a spoon, but I enchanted it. And I call it the Spoon of Undo. I just tested it on those chickens. It removes the illusions perfectly.
Why is it so important to remove all the illusions from livestock?
Normally I wouldn't bother, but illusions can be disorienting and cause terrible headaches. I don't want any of the animals suffering while I come up with my counterspell. Oh, and Huldressa. I suppose I don't really want her suffering either.
Okay, well, what can I do?
Here, take the Spoon of Undo. If you could run around and fix the livestock and Huldressa, that will give me a chance to finally whip up this counterspell. By the time you're finished, I'm sure I'll have something figured out.
All right.
Just look around for people making animal noises. I'm sure they won't be hard to find. And tell them I'm sorry when you change them back, would you? As for Huldressa, I'm all in favor of leaving her as a guar. Just kidding. Kind of.
Okay.
I'll be in the tower working on the counterspell. Come find me when you're done.
You! Stop running from me! And what does that say? Cow? Enchanted cow. Okay, let's go get the cows. No! You bastards! Stop running! Oh, you better stop running. If you get me eaten by a crocodile, we're gonna have some fucking problems. Well, then stop running! I can't help you if you keep running from me.
Was I just a guar? This is all Emma's fault. Oh, I feel strange. It was quite unpleasant. Thank you for saving me. I know I'm nothing to gawk at, but I prefer to look like this instead of a guar. All right. She made me look like a guar. What do you think? I told Magister Aaron that Ember was trouble the moment she showed up. Trouble, I said. But did he listen? There wouldn't be anything to work out if that careless Khajiit would listen more and mind her elders. She's brash and often quite rude. Why am I standing here talking to you? I'm going back to my kitchen, and I may just have a glass of brandy.
A glass? If I was transformed into a creature, a reptile creature, for unknown amount of time, I would be having probably a couple bottles worth of brandy, or in their case, casks. Probably a couple casks. And there we go with the fish again.
I assume Huldressa is back to her charming self? I've run into a problem.
You're not allowed to say fish unless you're going to start liking fish, or at least not having a problem with it. At least not an active problem.
Good news and bad news. The good news is that I've nearly finished my counterspell, but I need to find a tome called The Mirrored Way to complete it. I know Magister Aaron has it, but it's not with the rest of his books. That's the bad news.
Really? I thought the bad news was you were going to continue to practice magic and use fish things while you actively hate fish and screw up every spell. Damn. So, you consider that good news that you're going to keep doing that? Okay, Raj.
Because if the Mirrored Way isn't with the rest of his things, it's probably locked away in his arcane library. The library he specifically forbids me from entering. The tome I need has to be in there. Without it, I can't make the counterspell.
You know what's crazy? Is he forbid you from entering it. You know he didn't forbid from entering there? Me. Crazy, I know. 1 second. Getting everything prepped here.
Magister Aaron has warned me not to enter his library 1,000 times.
Because why?
And these are special circumstances.
Oh yeah, of course they are.
Some magical traps inside meant to keep me out. So I'll need your help getting the book while I deal with them.
Okay.
Once we find
Where
the
is the
book in
Magister, by the way?
Ewan's library, I can finish my counterspell. I just hope the old man wasn't serious about putting something dangerous inside to keep me out. He was definitely kidding. Had to be. Come on, let's go.
Okay. But where's the Magister in all of this? Why haven't we just, like, I don't know, went and got him and asked him, hey, bro, I need the book. Or been like, hey, there's been a problem. Can you fix this?
Not sure. I picked the lock on the place as soon as they figured out he didn't want me getting in there. He's since put up protections and told me to stay out unless I have his permission. I'm sure he's got some kind of ward or barrier set up.
Okay, you're beginning to sound like a thief.
Necessity. I wasn't exactly raised in the lap of luxury. Not even in the lap of genteel poverty, for that matter. You get good at things like that if you don't want to be hungry. Or caught by guards or angry merchants.
Yeah, that's fair. You do what you need to survive if that's your only choice. Somehow I think, though, that, like, you just didn't like the other choices. I don't think you were forced into that. I think you didn't like your other options, and you chose that.
Follow me. The library's downstairs.
Of course it is. Why wouldn't the creepy-ass library with dangerous things, spell wards, locks, and things that are going to try to kill us be down there, you know, with the immensely powerful, super dangerous books? Right? Like, why is it always hidden underground? You know where it would be nice if it was just one time? In a glass case that was just like a little key that someone wore around their neck. Right? And just like, elbow to the glass, we're good to go. Here's a book. Bam, problem solved. Alright, let's go fight whatever it is she's about to summon and piss off.
Just a moment to pick the lock. Alright, let's get in and out as quick as we can.
Again, I love how she's continuing to do the same thing that caused the problems in the first place. What caused the problems in the first place? She didn't listen to the people above her that are older than her, that have more experience and knowledge than her. Because she thought she knew best, and so she's going to do exactly what she's told not to do. So what is she doing again? The same exact thing to fix the time, everything that got messed up the first time when she chose not to listen then. So she's doing the same thing that she got her in trouble to solve the problem, expecting a different outcome.
Fish biscuits.
And there she is with the fish again.
This spell is specifically targeting me. I'll figure out a way down. You just focus on getting the book.
Raj. Its twisted ways before you gaze upon the tome, behold its wandering confusing spell and mirrored way, its weave of teeth and path that have led many astray, that I collided to stare in death.
That's it, you got it. Now let's get out of here before I set off something else.
What if I just read all of his books first, Ember? If this is like some crazy forbidden library with that level of protections, what if? I kind of want to fight that thing too. Standard staff. Oh, there it is. Alright, I'm fighting it. Fight me! We win. Your protection spells suck. Alright, let's get on out of here. Let's go.
Magister Irin really... I didn't know the old man had
There
it
we
in
go.
him. He had something to target me specifically. What a sneaky old goat. Good thing I had you with me. You managed to get the book, right? Let me see it.
Alright. You take it. Tell me all about
Let
it.
me take a look. No, not that. That would be bad. What about this? Oh, here it is. It's Amahan ist Exis, not Gahan Amexis is. Good thing I checked. See? That's personal growth right there.
Personal growth. I don't know. You're still not listening to those above you. You're still not informing your superior, the Magister, of the problem that you caused in the first place. And you're still also trying to think that you can solve the thing that you couldn't figure out the first time that caused everything. Like, stop doing the same shit, expecting different results. You know the definition of insanity? Doing the same exact fucking thing over and over again, expecting different results. You know, Ember, if you're gonna do the insanity bit, at least do it right like Voss. If you can't do it right like Voss from Far Cry 3, then don't do the insanity bit. There's rules. You gotta respect the Voss.
Two different arcane glyphs. They do entirely different things when written and pronounced aloud. The second one is what I need for my counterspell. Now, all that's left is to get to the old ritual circle and cast this. I'll need your help again.
Of course you will.
The counterspell should set everything right in Tordrayak. Things will be just as Magister Irin left them, and I won't have to face his furrowed brow. I'll need your help at the ritual site. Casting a spell this big is a two-person job.
Raj Wilco.
The old ritual circle is a place of power, and I'm going to need all the help I can get. I plan to draw on the magic there to help strengthen my counterspell. Magister Irin told me about it. This probably isn't how he wanted to implement the lesson.
That's true. But, you know, I still think we should just contact the old man. And then let him know what's up. I think it would save a lot of problems.
Maybe? Old tales and myths always start from some truth at some point in time. The moats around here seem to be affected by more than my spell, is all I'm saying. I always expect the worst. I find it helpful.
And you know what? I hope she's fully prepared for the fact that there were other people that were affected by this, like the cook, for example. And then there was the one she was arguing with out front. Like, the Magister's going to find out. And then he's going to be pissed because we killed the Dark Sentinel. And you triggered his trap, so he's going to still know either way. I'm pretty sure that you're getting expelled from this school or academy or whatever they're classifying it as.
If luck is with us, maybe just some irritated wildlife we can deal with as we've done before. Or some of the bolder moats. But if there is some truth to the ancient tales, then maybe we find some sort of really cranky wind spirit.
Alright, let's go do it.
The ritual circle is just up the hill. I'll meet you there.
Raj. En route. I get there from this way, maybe?
I'm here. First, we need to set the ritual flames. There's 3 around the site.
Nope. Okay, so what about over here?
Light the 3 ritual flames here. I'll get the ones on the altar. I'm here. First, we need to set the ritual.
There we go.
Around the site. Light the 3 ritual flames here. I'll get the ones on the altar. Almost there. It's done. The spell is set. Follow me. We should be able to see it materialize.
Okay.
Disturb not my rest, foul creature.
May your bones serve better.
We did it! Come on, let's get back to the tower.
Woo!
Used to work under these conditions. I was turned into a guar. A guar!
Of course, full dresser. I promise to address the situation.
See that you do.
There we
Ressa
go.
sold me out, didn't she?
Let me speak to your associate first, Ember. So, you were witness to the events here.
I was.
And as I understand it, you had a hand in bringing them to an end.
That's
I
also
think
true.
so. And
Yep.
if you'll indulge me, I do have a few lingering questions. What in the world happened?
Well, hey, you know what? He is having some serious self-control here. Most people would be genuinely pissed to find out that all of that happened while they were gone. And to people whose lives they're responsible for. You know?
I don't know what I expected, leaving her to her own devices here, even temporarily. Ember and Trouble are old friends. I can still feel the repercussions of this spell gone awry, as you say. Do I have you to thank for rectifying it?
Ember already had the idea on how to fix it. Before I got here, I just helped. True.
See. As trying as she can be, she truly is a talented mage. She can be impatient, but given her natural inclination to magic, it's understandable. I always knew I was perhaps not the best teacher for her.
That's fair.
I took her in because I knew I couldn't leave someone as skilled and impulsive as her to her own devices. But I have neither the time nor aptitude to teach her properly. It's my own failing. Speak to her, would you? I must collect my thoughts.
He's super self-aware. Gotta give him credit there. He knows he's too busy to do it properly.
Don't worry. Ember isn't in any trouble. While I am not pleased about my traumatized cook, I must concede that everything is back in order and the consequences of Ember's magic weren't dire. Still, I must consider what to do now.
Is she a difficult student? Of course she
I don't
is.
mean to give the impression that Ember is incapable of learning. That's not the case. She's a bright mage, one of the brightest I've ever seen. Everything I've taught her, she's taken to like flame to parchment. But therein lies the problem.
Because the flame eats up the parchment too quickly. It doesn't take time. So she's ending up being impulsive and impatient, and it's causing problems, rather than her taking time to slow down and comprehend what she's learning, rather than just making... It's kind of like you're capable of performing this action, but are you capable of understanding this action? Right? Most people can perform something, perform a task, without truly understanding what they're doing. And that can cause problems. Because then if you don't understand what you're doing, if something goes wrong, or if something is beginning to go wrong, you don't know how to correct it. You also don't know the indications that something's going wrong as well as you could, you know? So that's a lot of that you need to understand, and that takes time. You got to slow down.
Just like a flame, Ember wants to devour everything around her. Her appetite for knowledge is ceaseless. That's good quality in a mage, but not necessarily one I'm equipped to deal with. By my own admission, I'm methodical, cautious, by the books. Exactly right. Ember needs someone who can keep up with her. Someone who thrusts themselves headlong into adventure so that she may temper herself and her magic beside them. Perhaps when I was younger, I could have been that for her, but not now.
Hey,
All right.
you. Let's talk while Magister I thought Magister Irin would be as mad as a wet dragon, but he looks amused. It's probably because he's wanted to turn Holdressa into a guard at some point. He just won't admit it. And the fact that we fixed it all before he got here helped.
He wants to view you as a kid, as his kid, but he can't. And he also knows that he's not actually a good fit for you either as a teacher.
Well, I've been thinking. I'm grateful to Magister Irin, but sitting and reading about magic has little appeal to me. This whole thing just proved to me that I'm too restless here. I want to do magic, not just study it. Go on adventures, see things. I think it's time. I've been given good training here, but I still have a lot to learn. For me, the best teachers are curiosity and experience. I learn best by doing, so I need to get out in the world and continue my training.
Experience is a good teacher, but the whole thing is like, okay, so experience is great. It's actually one of the most important things to become proficient in a task or a field, right? It's essential. However, all of that experience accounts for nothing if its foundation is not there to begin with. You know, like you actually have to have a foundation to build from, to expand from, to customize from. And that's where basic training comes in, right? Like you actually do need to have the basics of either your field, your task, whatever it is, right? You need to have the basic framework laid down, that foundation. And then from there, experience will teach you how to build and fill in the rest of it. Think of it like a building, right? If you just start building the house the way you want the house to look, and you didn't do the foundation, what happens? That house collapses. It's on shaky ground that's shifting constantly because it wasn't packed. The foundation wasn't laid. It doesn't have stable, any type of stability to it where you're able to truly actually grow and develop. But if you put your foundation down, and that's the basic stuff, which most people think is, oh, well, this is stupid and common sense, and I'm impatient. Let me just get doing the cool part, right? The part that appeals to me. It's like, but if you do the foundation first, you have a stable platform that you can go back and forth to while you're getting that experience. Because when you're getting experience, you're going to fail. Failure's a better teacher than success is by far, because you learn what not to do and why you don't do it. So then you know what to avoid going forward. If you succeed, cool. Either you got really lucky on that first go, or, you know, maybe everything was right. But because you haven't suffered for that, because you didn't struggle for that, you're going to end up indulging in it, and it's going to end up costing you in the long run. It's kind of like gamblers, right? What's the worst thing that can happen to a gambler? They win. Why? Because they'll chase that for the rest of their life. You know, so you need the foundation. You need those failures. And those failures, when they happen, you get to fall back to that foundation because that foundation's stable because it's the basics of it all. And then you can continue to adjust and then build the framework, build the insides, get all those fine details, the thing that customizes it to your version of either your version of expertise in that field or your version of being good at this skill set. That gets to be customized to what fits you, which is fantastic, but you have to have that foundation. And not everyone's patient enough to sit there and learn the basic common sense things to a point where they can comprehend why this is the basics. Most people just like, teach me what I need to know so I can get to the part where I want to be at. Patience. So important.
Ember the Sorcerer. I like the sound of that. But that can come later. First, take this. It's not much, but you deserve it. I think we made a good team today. If you ever need a sorcerer who has your back, let me know. We'd have some fun.
All
Master
right.
Siren, I'm grateful for your teachings and your patience, but I think it's time for me to move on.
The world is an excellent teacher for one of your talents, Ember. Do write me occasionally.
I should go pack my things and say goodbye to Holdressa. Not a chance.
Okay. So now that we have that, we need... Is it the Talvani? Yep, it's that Talvani one. Cool, cool, cool. So here's where we're going. And we're going to go get Sharp as Night. And I know I'm not pronouncing his name correctly. I have to be refreshed on how to pronounce it. But a Xander, or whatever, the crotchety old man over here in the Necrom DLC. Fate needs you, Proxy. You know what you know what I bet it doesn't need? It doesn't actually need me yet. As an Arcanist, we probably should go immediately swear loyalties to Hermaeus Mora. But we'll get there. Eventually. That right there is the man that I need. Mr. Garrus Vicariant. I mean, Sharp as Night.
Hands off, or I will gut you like the rest. What? Never seen an assassin get put out of work before?
Perhaps.
Hey, Garrus.
You're not one of these third-rate assassins, I can tell. But if you or anyone else puts a hand on me, I'm answering with my axes.
Oh, that sounds good to me.
I've been cutting down these mercenaries for the better part of the day. I'm guessing my target knows I'm on to her and has started sending them my way. My associate, Harn Orenvi, might know something about it, but I can't bring this heat to him.
Okay.
More like gather information. And if you're offering, I can pay you. Harn usually holds court at the Outlaw's Refuge. He'll be the only one there with bodyguards. Ask him if Raynilla Treveri's been through recently. Got it? Fair warning. Harn might ask you for a favor in return for information. I can pay you back, but you don't get paid until I get paid, and I don't get paid until I find Raynilla. Make sure you get something good. I'll find you after you're done.
He might ask me for a favor, and they can pay me back, but they can't pay me back until they get paid, and they don't get paid till it. Okay, so blah blah blah. Translation: we may have to do another task for this dude. He'll pay us for this, but he can't pay us until he completes his job. I'm cool with that.
And listen, don't mention me to Harn. It probably won't do you any favors.
There we go. Now, I do know that this quest line is going to take us into a public dungeon. I do know that for sure.
Please, Han. They're not just flowers. They're...
Surely a man of your talents can grow more. Now, move. Others wait in need of my counsel. Your face isn't familiar to me, but I'd know that look anywhere. You want something from me. Information, probably. Well, what is it you're looking for?
Good guess. Why are you dressed like a mariner? Why are you like... you got the sailor attire going on, but you're living underground. I mean, technically we're on the coast, but I mean, like, bro, we're not really on the coast.
Raynilla Treveri. Really? I may know something about her. Perhaps you can enlighten me on why it is you're seeking her.
It's personal. Well, I mean, technically.
All right, don't get so touchy, Fla. Raynilla was through recently. I can tell you what I know, but not without a favor in return. Why don't you deliver these red flowers I just gathered to some dear friends of mine?
Persuade. Actually, I'm looking on behalf of Sharpest Knight. And Sharpest Knight already told us, don't be going and mentioning our name, because it's not going to do you any favors. So let's see if he's right.
Sharp as night. I like that lizard, and I hear I'm not the only one. That's useful information, Fla. I'll tell you what you want to know. Raynilla was through recently. She sought out Deredrian, a fence who specializes in moving specialty items. She keeps a room in town. I'll mark it on your map. Careful, though. Deredrian and Raynilla were old friends, but they fell out some time ago. Asking after one might cause the other to be very sharp with her answers.
Okay, sounds fair.
If you have further business with me, get right to it. If you don't, you're blocking my view.
I'm not going to ask him about his eye. That's rude. Ain't no need to be rude. I'm going to go out the way we came in. I feel like that makes the most sense. Oh, shoot. I almost forgot to check. Endeavors. Are we good on our dailies? Yes, we are. And we are good on our weekly. Cool. Cool. Those I want to make sure I'm keeping up with. I'll worry about the crafting skill lines when I actually get those leveled up more.
The necropolis is closed? That's never happened before.
Fate needs you, Proxy.
You know, I really believe you that it does need me. I believe that you believe that. But, that being said, I don't think that's going to change anything for the simple fact that, I'm busy. Okay? I still need to go stomp on Molag Bal before I even entertain the idea of doing things with you.
Dangerous work for hire.
If you're willing to work, I'm ready to hire.
And I definitely want to be the proper level. Like, I want to be properly equipped and stuff coming through here. That'll be a big deal. For sure. Man, I should probably look at the map. I keep forgetting that I actually have a map.
Hey, told you I'd find you. Raynilla, looks like debt collection notices. Not helpful to us. Blah, rot meth. Makes me wish I was born without nostrils. Can't understand how anyone drinks the stuff.
Really, I can't loot the coins, huh?
Is
Now,
this Deredrian's place? Seems like a wanted woman, whoever she is.
I will say that their economy's a little weird here, right? Because like let's take a real look here. See that? That's the Imperial seal. And that's the Emperor's likeness on the coin, their currency. But if the Empire really truly doesn't exist right at this moment, that's why we're having the Three Banners War over the throne. And each of the factions have their own leader and whatnot. Doesn't that mean that each faction also has their own economy? Which means they have their own currency, correct? And if they have their own currency, why is the Imperial coin the only one we can ever find? And if they're all using the Imperial coin, who's controlling the mint, so to speak, right? The making sure that the coin has some sort of actual backing, making sure that there's not so much that the market's flooded and it's worthless, making sure that there's enough being made on a regular basis to keep up with population growth sizes and things of that nature. Like, who's in charge of that if it is just the Imperial coin? And the Empire at multiple times has been leaderless and controlled little to no actual territory. I'm genuinely curious about that.
Let me see. Great. Well.
And you know what? If say that it's just like, silver, copper, silver, gold coins, right? The stereotypic of fantasy. Cool. Somebody still has to be a central banking authority that has to be able to make those so that, again, it doesn't become worthless. Because if you just say you printed, we'll use American money for an example. Say you printed $100 billion every single day and just forced it out into the economy. American money would become useless. It would become worthless because it's everywhere and everyone has a stupid amount of it, right? So it would become worthless. So you have to be able to control it so that it maintains its value. So who's controlling this in Tamriel? Because there's one time in all of Tamriel's history, only one single time was there ever a completely, totally unified, controlled Tamriel under one central government, and it was the one time the Empire actually controlled all territory. Obviously, that's not the state now. Obviously, that's not the state in the current timeline in Skyrim, right? So, who's controlling the economy? I genuinely actually want to know the answer to that question.
Let me see that letter. So, Rhaenyra came by, pestering this Deredrian for help. Why? Great. Well, maybe they patched things up and Deredrian went to go help her. Though that doesn't explain why she'd leave behind a note that says exactly where she's gone. Especially if she's trying to hide from this reformer that Rhaenyra mentioned.
Unless she did it with the deliberate intention of it being a trap. That's an option. You know what another option is? Is if it was found, but she was found reading it at the moment that it was found, right? Like, so she's in here, she just gets this letter, she's reading it, and then whoever snatched her up comes into the door as she's in the act of reading it, and they take it from her, they seize her, they read the letter, they throw it on the ground, and they go. Right? That's another option.
Maybe. My job broker told me to track down Rhaenyra and take back what she stole for an important client. He didn't give other details, and that's usually fine with me. No memory of my past makes no answers an easy pill for me to swallow.
Huh. That's fair.
I woke up a few years back in the middle of Valenwood with a nasty headache and no memory except my name. But that doesn't have anything to do with the job. Let's get to that campsite. I'll scout ahead and see if we can take Rhaenyra by surprise.
Another fun fact for those who maybe have not been following me through all the ESO stuff that I've done in the past. I've never actually gone through and done all of the any of the companion quests to completion as far as like their entire story arc, because I was always focused on making new characters. I love making new characters and building different builds, but So I don't actually know the entirety of each of the little companion storylines. So that'll be something fun that we get to experience.
Great. If all goes well, then we can both get paid and go our separate ways, I guess. I already told you most everything I know. I came to in Valenwood, middle of nowhere, blood on my claws. Someone was screaming, didn't see who. My head felt like it was split in half, so they got away. Well, I was in the middle of the forest, had to hunt and track so I didn't starve to death. At one point, I started heading towards this huge tree in the distance. Eldenroot, civilization. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just stayed in the woods.
The reason he asks that is because he's not part of the Dominion. He's part of Ebon. I believe it's Ebonheart Pact, right? Let's double check that. Pretty sure it's Ebonheart Pact. Yep. He belongs to the Ebonheart Pact. And he just showed up at the capital of the AD.
Sure, a bit. Look, I didn't know if I'd killed someone or someone had tried to kill me. I kept my head down, took any job to get by, and now, I guess, I'm here.
You weren't curious about who you were before someone could be looking for you.
If someone somewhere cares I'm gone, they're keeping awfully quiet about it. Either nobody misses me enough to go looking for me, or I was a loner before, just like I'm a loner now. I'm not trying to find answers on my past. You shouldn't either.
Okay, let's go.
Meet you there. And don't go blundering in without me.
But what if I did? All right, so let's zoom out here. Okay. So we're going to end up going here. And actually, I want to check on that house over there.
Beds are for fools. This is the best place.
You look like you had a rough expedition, friend. But we in the Undaunted don't sign.
Undaunted, not a house. Okay, so where is the house thing? Upstairs, maybe? Tribute, that's something I still need to go pick up too. Okay, so what is and that will make it so that we can fast travel here for free now. Housing. It's honestly one of the ways to save money. It costs a little bit of money up front, but in the long run, it'll save you money because you'll be able to fast travel between the two. Between all of them for free. And each of the capitals you can get a house for free as well in the inn. Requires room to spare. House quest completion. Now, here's the thing. The little closet rooms. If you were to make a character with each of the factions, you can get those closet rooms for free without having to spend the I think it's like 3,000, 3 to 5,000. I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's like 3,000 ish, probably the same amount what we just paid for getting the those rooms unlocked, so you can have them as fast travel points. If you just create an Ebonheart Pact character, get to the point where you can get access to the tavern, and then you can get the tavern room for free. Then create a Daggerfall Covenant character, right? And then go to the tavern and get the room for free. So you get to save money because the house is unlocked on the account wide, which is nice. So you only got to do it one time. I have a feeling I'm actually going to need to do the quest with you to get our friend.
Fate has noticed your talent for altering
So we'll grab it.
Reality hangs in the balance, as does the future of Apocrypha and Nern. Hence I bring a message from Hermaeus Mora, the one who knows. Mora offers you a purpose, an aspiration dark and heavy. We are bound together by a common danger. Enemies of Hermaeus Mora threaten his realm of oblivion, and in so doing pose a threat to the mortal world as well. Therefore Mora sent me to meet you here, and secure your cooperation.
Now I know I've done this quest line before. I just don't remember the details of it, or no, I do. I remember a few big points of it, but I don't remember most of the details of it. So that'll be fun. Either way, I'm all about Hermaeus Mora. If I had to pick one of them to go with, it would be Hermaeus Mora.
Fate has noticed your talent for altering destiny. Reality hangs in the balance, as does the future. We are bound together by a common danger. Enemies of Hermaeus Mora threaten his realm of oblivion, and in so doing pose only a mortal proxy can deal with the threat and save both Apocrypha and Nern. The fates of both realms are linked, and you are the key to preserving reality. Without you, everything unravels. Help avert this disaster, and Mora will reward you. The one who knows instructed me to give you this, a condensate of planar potentialities. You will not understand. It is ink. Take it to the Ulvano cistern, a ruin near the city. Pour the ink into the water, and your path will become clear.
Now, I am going to do a little bit of elaboration here. I'm going to select this one here for those that maybe aren't familiar with who Hermaeus Mora is.
Have you never heard of the Daedric Prince of Forbidden Knowledge? The Lord of Fate? The riddle unsolvable? Hermaeus Mora knows everything. He is the wisest of the Daedra. Every secret and all knowledge finds its way to Apocrypha in time. I am astonished how little the mortals of our tiny world comprehend. Apocrypha is the realm of Hermaeus Mora, his home and seat of power, one of the countless realms that drift through oblivion. Please, do not ask me about oblivion.
I wish that was an actual option to be able to be like, what's oblivion?
They seem to be servants of other Daedric princes, rivals to the one who knows. The threads of fate that converge in this region should reveal more. That is the hope, at least. And we are not dealing with just simple cultists. There are others. Someone sent the Dusksaber Company to seize relics belonging to Hermaeus Mora from their hiding places in Tamriel. Elite vampire mercenaries commonly employed by Telvanni mages. I expected the cultists. The Dusksabers were an unwelcome surprise. Glyphics. Think of them as crystallized memories. Condensations of notional... I explain too much. I managed to protect Mora's glyphics, with some help. But our adversaries once again move against us. I am Laramil, sometimes called the Wise, although that is not a sobriquet I care for. I seek to comprehend the emergent truths elicited by the... never mind that. I am a scholar. A century ago, I struck a bargain with Hermaeus Mora.
A century ago. Right? Like, I would work for Hermaeus Mora. If I had to pick one of them to go with, it would be that dude.
I do not worship him, if that is your question. The Prince of Knowledge is an ally and patron. Mora provides me with access to rare and esoteric lore. In return, I undertake various tasks for him. A mutually beneficial arrangement.
And there we go. Alright, so we're going to keep doing what we were working on with Sharpest Knight. There's that fast travel point. Woo! Okay, so now we need to go here. That and like the Dragonborn at the end of the Dragonborn DLC that you fight in Skyrim. That was another one of his, and he was the first. He was supposed to have been the first Dragonborn, you know. So that dude served him for a long ass time. Which I still want to know how that works for your character. Like when your character finally goes, when your character finally passes away in Skyrim. Who gets his soul? Or their soul? Because it can be male or female. But yeah, who gets their soul? Because if you go through thoroughly in that, you give your soul to every single one of the Daedric princes at one point or another. Or at least the majority of them you offer your soul up. And you've pledged to serve for eternity or whatever. And it's just like... I'm pretty sure that they're all going to have a problem with somebody else getting in on that bargain. And if they're all in on that bargain, who's the one that gets... Who's the deciding factor? Or what becomes the deciding factor?
Over here.
Is Hermaeus Mora going to be like, oh yeah, they can absolutely have your soul when you die. I'm just not going to let you die. Because, like, that's kind of the way that DLC leaves it.
I scouted ahead. That campsite is crawling with the mercenaries that attacked me. Seems like they're searching or waiting for something. But That got me thinking. Why would those mercenaries be after both me and Raynilla?
When he said Raynilla was the one sending the mercenaries after you.
I thought about that on the way over, too. If Raynilla could afford to hire mercenaries, she wouldn't be desperate for Deredrian's help like she was in that note we found, right? Something else is going on here. That campsite is the only lead we have on finding Raynilla. If we can get there, maybe we can find something to keep us on her trail. I'm not used to looking out for others. Can you handle yourself if we run into trouble?
Yep, Raj. Absolutely. Fight me!
This one was dead when we got here, right? Check around. Maybe we'll find something
Names,
useful.
symbols, 2 lanterns, known operatives. Okay. Skywatch, Glazebone.
Wait. Those lanterns.
The comfort
This
of a
is
fire,
Raynilla's signal?
as true in your time
think I've
as
seen it
much as
before.
in mine.
You picked like the perfect time to talk, Czar. He was actually explaining something to us.
Look, someone left a trail. Crouch down and you'll see it. From
That's
the
kind of
tracks,
cool.
It looks like 2 fleeing, 2 in pursuit. They couldn't have gone too far. Looks like Raynilla and one other got away, got rid of her tail, and managed to hide her prints from here with magic.
Woe to the operation. Any and past involvement with Raynilla is of course forgiven. Do as I ask, and you'll have your debts to Orn V wiped in no time. I've arranged for a few of my mercenaries to meet you outside of Necrom. From there, they will lead you to Raynilla's campsite. Per your request, I will pay extra for any names and additional information you can give them on her organization. She has been a thorn in my side for too long. Dim is still of use to me. If you can see that, leave her alive. However, if Sharp as Night crosses your path, abandon all directors and prioritize his capture. He got put on Raynilla's trail by some strange twist of fate. Where she is, he may also be. I know you must want to get even with him, but please try not to harm him beyond repair. Bring him to me alive, and I will grant you 3 times the promised rate. So glad we worked together, the Reformer.
Well, if Deredrian came here to help Raynilla, it doesn't seem like she did a very good job, and no other sign of Raynilla or the one she was traveling with. What are those notes? What did you find out?
She betrayed Raynilla. She sold her out to the Reformer and led the mercenaries to the campsite.
Right. She threw in with the Reformer, who told her to prioritize my capture over Raynilla's? What? And he's the one who hired me, without knowing it? This is the last time I ever find work through a job broker.
That is so funny.
No, but we can piece it together. The fence moving specialty items, the 2 lantern signal, the list of operatives, this person called Dim, who the Reformer wants back alive.
Lamplight?
Raynilla isn't traveling alone with some trinket. She's freeing a slave. I don't want to think about that right now. this can't be all there is. There has to be someone who can give us answers. There was another name I saw, Mevi, in Old Isra, right? That's not far. If we can find her, maybe she could tell us more.
Okay, let's go.
I'll meet you there. I just need a minute.
Raj. Totally get it, big dog. Alright, Garrus. First things first. I wanted to get that. Now we can go. How far away is it? Okay, so... let's go. We're gonna hit this waypoint on the way down.
Jack must like you, Tamit. In life, he never did anything like this for me.
Bum 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 bum. We discovered a place. We're gonna go with the fast travel though. Bum bum bum.
Wait. Hunting greatness with the determination of her seed.
Nice, that actually got us to level up by doing that. Very nice. Alright, so this direction, huh? Well, this place got wrecked by Dusk Saber.
What might you make with that?
Glyphs, but that's about it. And actually, no, I think I got a Mundus rune in there, and I think that's part of. I think there might be some furnishing stuff that you can use with that.
A blessed bounty for potion making.
Probably. There's really no fast travel point here, huh? Wild.
See that? 2 lanterns. That's got to be Mevi.
Sharp as night. By Azura, after all these years, is it really you?
I was afraid you'd say something like that.
Ooh.
I don't know you, and I've never met Sharp. But the way my Raynilla spoke of him, I'd recognize him anywhere. Are you one of her connections? Have you been watching over him all this time? Did he finally remember Raynilla?
I'm helping Sharp, but we only just met. He remembers nothing of his life before a few years ago.
The Reformer uses experimental magic on his slaves. Raynilla didn't understand the process, and when she excised it from Sharp to free him, it tore something from him. His memories, she thought. Raynilla never forgave herself for what happened.
Okay, where is she now? We have reason to believe she's in danger.
She put herself on assignment. She's freeing another from the Reformer. I haven't heard from her, but that's how these things often go. Forgive me, it's only just occurred to me, but if Sharp has no memories of Raynilla, how did you find me?
Darden betrayed Ranilla for work for the Reformer. We found these notes on his mercenaries.
Deredrian? No,
Deredrian.
Raynilla needed her help to find the smugglers' tunnels in Gorn. She'd arranged for a boat to take them to safety. If it's just the two of them in those tunnels, I need to get to her. You two go on ahead. I need to gather Raynilla's research and prepare to travel light for a while. We always knew this day might come. Thankfully, we always tried to remain ready for just such an occasion. I can spare a moment to tell you what I know, but after, we really should get moving to Gorn.
Okay, what can you tell us about Sharp's past?
Raynilla can tell you more when we find her. The way she speaks of him, it's like she's worrying after an old friend. She liked to imagine that he ended up living a peaceful life as a fisherman somewhere. He was feral when she excised him from the Reformer's control. She had no choice but to subdue him. She delivered him to Deredrian at an old safe site in Valenwood. He was supposed to go to Blackmarsh from there, but things didn't go as planned.
Okay, what happened?
Deredrian put a hand on Sharp to shake him awake, and he nearly clawed her face off. She said she barely escaped with her life. I can't blame Sharp, and Raynilla felt the same. He must have reacted in fear, that's all. No, Deredrian was furious. Raynilla didn't know such a thing would happen, but that didn't seem to matter to Deredrian. She had complained that Raynilla wasn't paying her enough anyway. I'm just sad it ended this way for her.
And who is she to you?
She is my wife. Sharp is the reason we met, actually. She needed forged documents for his new identity. I'd never done anything like that before, but she convinced me. Pity he didn't get to use the forgeries. But some good came of it, at least.
Is it true she used to work for the Reformer?
It is. She told me he had ambitious ideals that challenged the traditions of House Telvanni. But when she witnessed the cost of those ideals firsthand, she had a change of heart. Breaking ties wasn't enough. She started freeing his slaves.
Okay, do you still help?
When she lets me. I'm skilled in forgeries and logistics, but I've never done field work, not like her. It's dangerous work and, well, she's always been very protective of me.
So she works alone?
She has an informal web of operatives across Tamriel focused on freeing slaves. She relies heavily on favors and appealing to people's better nature. It's a struggle, to be sure. I think Raynilla takes on a lot more than she can bear.
Alright, well, what can you tell us about the Reformer?
He's a rich and powerful Telvanni magister who hides behind his moniker and keeps the particulars of his research close to his chest. He practices horrible experiments on his slaves. Somehow, he thinks his work is going to end slavery in Tamriel.
Okay.
Raynilla says he uses some experimental metal to create a sort of link between him and his subjects. I've blocked out most of the details, but I do know that Sharp was the Reformer's favorite.
Ah, okay.
Sharp's resistance always captivated the Reformer. It was as if perfecting that link and conquering Sharp's will was his greatest trial.
And severing the link was why Sharp lost his memories.
Precisely. After that happened to Sharp, Raynilla studied the vile process and learned how to safely deattune those freed after him. She'll be thrilled to see him again. I just know it. She might even know how to restore his memories.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Raynilla would say that you're under no obligation to help, but please.
I'm on my way. Where are the smugglers' tunnels you mentioned?
I think there's a secret entrance in the southwest tunnels. I'll follow shortly. Please, hurry.
Okay, so, nice. Because that... Look at that, because we picked up the fast travel earlier, we don't have to run all the way up there. See? Always grab those. Cuts down so much travel time. And this is the public dungeon. Looty loot loot. Sky shards. And there we go. And we need to punch through this way. Finished researching. Nice.
I could seek help in Necrom, or... Are you there?
No, bud. No. No. I will handle that shit later.
You're here after all. I was about to read
More
this
researching,
piece of
nice.
my past without you. I thought maybe you decided to move on.
Ooh, 3.
This is far beyond what I hired you for, isn't it? Maybe you're like me and you never pass up a payday, but I probably wouldn't even have stopped to help someone like me in the first place.
Ah.
Gorn is packed to the brim with mad wizards. Doesn't make it too different from the rest of the peninsula, but I've heard worse things have moved in recently. I guess what I'm saying is I'll watch your back in there so long as you're watching mine.
Alright. Sounds good, big dog. Let's do it. See if I can remember how I recruited him. Alright, so it looks like we have to go... So it looks like we have to go this way. Wrap it around to get here. Okay. Let's do it. Oh, come on. There we go. He was stuck in the building. I couldn't target him. Hey, we got a level off of that too. Nice. 41. All right. 119 to go. Woo. Uh-oh. They're gonna make us go through the boss. No, no, they're not.
And the one she's with sneaked through instead of fighting. Can't imagine a fight going well for them.
That's fair. Well, I don't know. Whoever she's with might be a good fighter because the ones that betrayed her, we did find them dead. Oh, man. Okay. Shows that there's one up here. It's right there. How are we getting there? Through here? And then up this? No. So we're gonna have to come at a higher, different angle. Okay, so where is that higher, different angle? It's this way. Woo! Through here, and that should give us that area. Fun! Ah! I pushed the wrong button. Oh, it's fine, bro. I just pushed the wrong button. It's cool. Oh, there we go. And our food buff wore off, so let's throw that thing back on there. Oh! I saw that too late. There's a clan fear. I hate those little bastards because they jump everywhere.
It is done. You give me no choice.
Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so keep going this way, according to the minimap. Yeah, we gotta fight it. Woo! Got it. All right. Clan fear, of course. Keep going.
It is over.
Yes. Okay. Making some good progress. Sky Shard. Alright, now then. Back down this way. Turn here. And there we go. Back on the correct track. That's not terrifying at all. Weird, crazy-ass creatures all over the place, with saints appearing and massacring, and they're just rocking back and forth in the fetal position. That's not a bad sign at all. Okay, so is it back this way then, maybe? It is. Okay, good. Let me cut this way. No. So below us? And then that way? Yep. There we go. Torch bugs. There we go. Made it through. Alright, what do we got in here? Ah, there she is.
What? They've got a corner. Hey, fetchers! Looking for me?
Shaw, help us, please.
Expertly done.
My turn.
Manila went through that door.
Boom.
Bad.
Got him. All right.
Sharp, please. Help her. Kaj Kujay? What are you doing here?
What did you just call me?
Raynilla, I'm here. Just stay still.
You're Sharp's friend? I had feared he spent all those years alone. But he found someone. He found you. His sister, Dimike. So close to freedom. Promise you'll help her. Take her the rest of the way, please. Help her. Too late for me. Deredrian and those mercenaries made sure of that. I never wanted my Mevi to get caught up in all this. to have to run forever from the Reformer. And the others. He'll never stop until Sharp is his again.
But I feel like we really do need to find a way to save you because you're the one that knows how to remove those implants that he's using to control his slaves. So, like, nobody can get free again unless we can figure out what you know of how to remove that implant. So I think that saving your life is kind of a top priority, and I'm pretty sure with magic existing the way it does, us being right here and Sharp is a warden, and I'm an arcanist, I'm pretty sure between the two of us, we can figure out how to fix this. Oh yeah, and we've got Czar, who's a necromancer in case we fail, because what's a necromancer but a late healer? So, like, I feel like we can handle it all, just to keep you alive, because you're kind of essential right now.
I didn't have time. There's so much I could have done. I just couldn't do it on my own. Sharp looks strong, healthy. I'm sorry. So sorry. But glad to see him one last time.
Okay, so if she dies, we have Czar with us. Couldn't we, in theory, just be like, hey, Czar, resummon her real quick? We needed to have it. We weren't done talking, you know? And, like, have her go through, this is how you do this.
Raynella, stay with me, love. Please. Raynella.
Raynella, she can't be gone. She fought so hard to protect me. What am I going to do? We were supposed to have help. I thought maybe you and Sharp, but I can see it in his eyes. He doesn't remember me, does he? He doesn't remember anything.
She used a different name, so yeah.
Kaj Kujay, elder brother. It's what I always called him. Raynella didn't know how to properly excise him from the Reformer's attunement back then. Like the others. Like me. Deeknujay, his little sister. I don't think we had the same parents, but that was what he called me. He was there from the day I hatched. He always said he would come back for me, help me escape. I'd given up all hope. I don't know. She said something about a safe house in Silent Mire, but our final destination was somewhere deep in Black Marsh. We barely escaped Eredrian, and now Raynella's gone. I don't know what I'm going.
Okay, so let's see how Sharp's feeling about all of this. Because that's got to be a lot of confusing things right now.
We were too late. I thought something might come back to me seeing Raynella. She knew me. And now she's just gone.
She says she's your sister. Apparently you grew up together.
I don't feel any memories stirring when I look at her either. Just nothing. I gave up on finding answers about my past a long time ago. I don't understand why this had to happen now.
Okay, gonna help?
Help her. I'm a mercenary. I don't know how to look out for someone like her. And if this reformer is as powerful and dangerous as everyone said, there's not a place in Tamriel that is going to be safe for her anyway.
Okay, but they're after you too.
He's more than after me. He's obsessed with me. But that I can do something about. If I could just track him down. That's what I have to do. Find the reformer and be his end. But you heard Raynella. If I try to do it alone, I'll end up like her. Going after the reformer is a different job for a different day. Hunting my hunter is going to take time and patience. For now, take your payment, and if you'd like me watching your back wherever you're headed next, send for me. I'll be there.
Okay, so now...
Raynella got you this far. I'll take you the rest of the way. And then I'm never coming back to Morrowind.
Where are you taking her?
You've made your path clear, Sharp. If you fail at taking out the Reformer and fall under his control again, it's better if you don't know.
Sharp, please come with us. You don't have to be alone.
I am not going to be alone, and I'm not.
And I'm not going to run and hide. He's got a point, though. Like, if they are that powerful, you can't just run and hide. You actually have to find a way to stop them. Or at least render them harmless, essentially. Like, remove their means of being able to become a threat or remain a threat. Because you don't necessarily need to eliminate them if you can remove their means. If you can remove their means, then they are nullified, essentially. So, like, for example, the Reformer, if it's because they're in a powerful position, cool, remove the position. Get them removed from that position. Then their power goes away, and now they can't do anything. If it's money, okay, figure out a way to cost them so much money they can't afford it anymore. Right? Things like that. Okay, so as much as I hate to say it, I think, because it has been a very, 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 very long time, I think I have to play this quest line out in order to transfer between realms. If that's not the case, please let me know. But I'm pretty sure that is. Tomb of the Nameless Master. Oh, it tells you on there what it does? Nice. While you have a living companion, reduce your abilities cooldown by 50%. If you do not have a living companion, reduce your health counter. Okay. So I guess let's just go here. I don't remember how to get to the other location. So we'll just go this way until we progress enough in the quest where we sent over there. Yeah. So it definitely looks like I just have to progress enough. Alright. Well, it's fine with me. Guess we're doing this quest long enough to get into the other realm to recruit the last companion. And then, after that, I think we'll chase the 3D map table in Vendorfall. I think that'll be nice. Let's head on down. And this is all until we hit, again, 160. When we hit 160, then we'll switch gears to chasing down our equipment and our gear and building our character out. Alright, so go to the well. Oh, runestone. Let's grab it.
An inspired find.
Thank you. You're right. And you know what? There's another runestone. We'll collect that too. Two things next to each other like that. Is there gonna be a third? There is. Look at that. And there's ironweed. I don't know. I wonder if it's anything like ironwood. Like the weed's like super heavy. Maybe it's even like super tough. One of the two.
Or something to attack, or something to protect.
All right. And here is Hermaeus Mora.
Step forth, mortal. Know that you stand in the presence of Hermaeus Mora. We must converse.
All right.
Laramil has done well, and brought fate's chosen into my unrelenting gaze. All other outcomes are now excluded. From this moment, fate's ever-branching tree begins to grow again, and with it, new possibilities emerge.
AKA a dragon break. No, I'm joking. Dragon breaks are for single player games.
It concerns beginnings and endings, secrets too dangerous to reveal, and the stability of the threads of fate. Hidden rivals threaten my realm, and thereby threaten all of reality. If they succeed, fate will unravel and doom both our worlds.
I remember what the end result of this is, because the end result of this takes place in Gold Path. Or, sorry, Gold Road. So, I do remember the ending of the storyline. I just don't remember the details along the way. So, it's going to be kind of weird for me, because it's like, I know what the ending is, but I don't remember the in-betweens. So, it's like, I kind of have part of the spoiler, but I don't have the complete context of the spoiler.
I am the golden eye of fate, and the keeper of whispers. Knowledge and memory are my domains. How this threat eludes me, I do not know. But you are the key to preserving Apocrypha. I have foreseen it, and in doing so, you shall save the mortal realm. Let Laramil guide you, as she can perceive the threads of fate without undue mental anguish. They converge in 3 locations, places of revelation. Meet her in the Necron Bindery, in the mortal city of the same name. Now, let us seal our covenant. The 3 glyphics before you contain the concepts necessary to create a contract to bind us. I submit to this as a promise of cooperation. You may serve as my proxy without fear of harming your own interests. Now, take the glyphics, combine them.
Okay. I still want more details on that agreement. I mean, I'm going to agree to it no matter what, but like, I would like more details.
Do you know so little, mortal?
Yes.
Apocrypha is my domain.
Okay.
A plane of oblivion I have shaped to my needs.
Okay.
And this plane, the mortal realm, some refer to it as Nirn. As for the connection, just know that if Apocrypha falls, Nirn will cease to exist.
Okay.
The scholars and mystics of your world call me a Daedric prince. What you see is only an aspect of my true self, for the mortal mind cannot contain the whole of me. This form suffices. Your mind must remain intact for you to be of use to fate.
Okay, so what do you know about the enemy that threatens Apocrypha?
Precious little. They are obscure figures that somehow hide from my gaze. It is disconcerting.
Then how?
Never have I been so blind.
So then, how do you know that there's a threat against Apocrypha and Nern?
And that is the reason
No!
I chose you. Your instinctual ability to succeed no matter the obstacles placed before you, no matter the odds. Follow the threads I selected for Lyramil. See where they lead. That is the key to saving both our realms.
I wish I could go back and see what his response was.
Do you know so little, mortal? The scholars
Okay.
of mystics precious little.
Here we go.
Every possible fate unfolds before me. They all lead to an event I thought erased from chance eons ago. If this course isn't altered, Apocrypha falls, reality unravels, and Nern is destroyed. This enemy eludes me, but you are my secret advantage.
Okay.
Far more limber. But I should not complain. Azuro could have seen fit to return me to a shambling pile of bones instead.
Fate takes many paths, mortal. Find Lyramil in Necron.
Raj. Hey, and we got the house. See? Free travel. Benefits. Go down here. Cut through this way according to the map, and she's right over here. Necrom Bindery. Oh, hey, it's this place. Nice, 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 nice.
Welcome to my safe house, Proxy.
Cool, yeah, talk to me. Talk to this guy.
Meeting Hermaeus Mora represents a rare honor. The one who knows materializes in a delimited projection. He chooses to manifest before few mortals. The threads upon which reality dangles are precarious indeed. What did Mora impart to you?
Said you would guide me.
And so I shall. The one who knows traced 3 crucial events to this area. Investigate each, and he believes we can expose the conspirators moving against Apocrypha. We may even stop them before the ultimate threat takes shape.
Okay. What do I need to do at these 3 locations?
I do not know. I was only presented with what was required to bring you to the right place at the right moment. You must determine why fate needs you in each location, then take the appropriate action.
You know where and when, but not what I need to do? I mean, it's a valid question.
Many possible futures branch from every mortal choice. If we know the consequences of our choices, it changes the outcome.
Correct.
Therefore, Hermaeus Mora tells us only what he must. As fate's chosen, the rest is up to you.
It's that perpetual loop. Whereas, like, if you know the outcome, then you're going to change your action because you know what the outcome is. But by changing your action, because you know what the outcome is, therefore the outcome now is different. So if you know what that different outcome is, then you change your actions again and see it feeds into itself. It's a nasty little loop.
The threads of fate lead to 3 locations in this region. The necropolis of Necrom, the old tower of Telrendis, and the town of Alavelis. I shall open a portal to each, investigate them, and return here to the Necrom bindery when you are done.
Okay, tell me more about these locations I need to visit.
A reasonable and prudent request. I shall provide what details I can, but I know little more than you do. Local history and politics are not my usual area of study. Which location would you like to know more about? Necrom serves as a center for the ancient Dunmer practice of ancestor worship, a strange custom. The monks of the necropolis, called the Keepers of the Dead, tend the catacombs beneath the city. They guide the faithful in venerating their forebears. Telrendis is one of the many mushroom towers that dot this land. They usually serve as domiciles of Telvanni wizards who wield formidable magic. But this tower is abandoned. Interesting. Fate dictates that when you go there, I shall accompany you.
No such thing as an abandoned magic place. It's always inhabited by something or someone. Always. And the last one.
Alavelis is a minor settlement whose only claim to fame is its malachite quarry, a glass mine, as the Dunmer refer to it. That thread of fate vibrates with particular intensity. What you shall find there, I cannot say, but I urge caution, Proxy.
Well, that one sounds interesting. I think we're doing that one first. Alright, and what is this place?
An old bookbinder's shop, our temporary base of operations in this region. I secured it so we could travel to and from Apocrypha without causing undue panic. I doubt Necrom's authorities would approve of portals to an Oblivion realm in their city.
Alright, tell me about the portals.
In addition to the 3 to take you to the locations you must investigate, I summoned 2 gateways to Apocrypha. One leads to the Endless Library, a place of books as numberless as the stars. The other to Chroma Incognito, where lost fates linger.
Am I supposed to go to Apocrypha now?
Only if you desire to do so. The threads of fate Hermaeus Mora asks you to investigate begin here in the Telvanni Peninsula. Where they shall lead us, I cannot say. But with the threat directed at Apocrypha, I thought quick access was prudent.
Okay, cool.
Your choice must be your own, Proxy. Hermaeus Mora was clear about that.
So let me see something here, because again, I can't remember.
Paths are now arrayed before you. Which will you pick?
Portal of the Necrom. Still Shrine shows. Feral Gallery. Corpora. Tormenting. Bound's Drift. Underweave. The Altar of One Who Knows. Tranquil. No. Infinite Archives. Strife of the Ramparts. Interesting. Are you actually gonna let me go there, though? I have to cut through the endless library, don't I? Alright, so. Alvir's is the one that sounded the most interesting. That's the one with the mine location.
Why do you bear the mark of the great eye?
Oh! I love this character.
Mortals. You scurry around, obsessed with your petty affairs, and then you die. But you bear the mark of Hermaeus Mora.
I have a purple one on console.
Replace me in my task?
And the green one.
That would be typical. Wait. Were you sent to help me with the cultists? Before you die?
I genuinely want the purple one again.
Not much to tell. I just arrived myself. This mortal served the Great Eye, but he died before he could tell me about the other Daedric cultists that scamper about. They're creating an intolerable contradiction in reality. Makes my tentacles ache.
I really want... I need to worry about that later. We're not into fashion yet because we don't have the equipment.
Fate recorded by Hermaeus Mora. Likely foolish mortals trying to change what has already been written. To fix this, I could use some help. It's common knowledge that mortals prize gold. 8 men, I'll give you some. I'd prefer to sit back and wait for entropy to claim us all. But I suppose we must do something. Let's survey the town. See if anyone survived and try to determine what the cultists want here. Oh, and despite my size, I'm good in a fight. You'll see.
I genuinely like Scrat.
As I said, divergences in the threads of fate call to me. My purpose is to correct those digressions, examine the contradictions, and rectify them. I can't leave until I succeed. Don't ask me why, there is no why. It simply is.
What exactly are you?
I am Scroot, a powerful servant of the Great Eye. Creatures of my Daedric order call ourselves... it doesn't matter. Everyone else calls us Watchlings. An insulting diminutive. But I expect nothing more.
Powerful? How powerful?
Oh, do you mock me? I detect a note of mockery. I should reduce your brain to rotten cheese for your temerity. Yeah, but what's the point? What's the point of anything, really? Just know that I can summon a mighty strike when fate requires it. Very mighty.
Okay, I thought Daedra had to be summoned to reach an urn.
But it's usually easy enough to nudge a mortal follower of Hermaeus Mora to summon me when the ripples of fate draw me here. It's not my fault the fragile mortal got himself killed. Well,
alright, sounds good. Too bad you can't, like, take schematics of the equipment style. Alright, so... journal. Here we go. Quests. And Apocrypha. Here we go. Oh, we're like right next to a fast travel point. Let's go grab that up too. Let's go get it. Rune stones.
Potency, aspect, or essence. Good find.
A random skeleton.
Fair potential for fine adornments.
Yup. Facts. Alright, what are we investigating here?
No more dreams.
Oh, it's the dream carvers.
horrible noise you mortals make. Where's it coming from? Mortal, let me in.
Okay.
No,
You.
stay back. Are you real? Not another one of those awful dreams. And you look undisturbed. Don't you hear the terrible whispers? It started when a stranger came to town, a Tilvani master. She offered to purchase the old glass mine. I thought it was too good to be true. The mine closed years ago. But she offered us a chest full of gold, and the village elders accepted it. Everyone in the village was given a job in the mine. Then others came. Masons and additional laborers, we thought. Then the dream started. Nightmares. Toiling in the darkness. Working to cut malachite and stone for an arch and a statue. In the dream, they were building an arch in the mine while we dug out the glass and stone. What wasn't used for the arch was sent to restore a statue. At least that's what the overseer said. We woke each morning exhausted, hands bloody.
So they were put into a dream state while they were working. And then when they woke up as conscious, they realized that it wasn't a dream. Okay.
I don't know. But listen. The overseer and his workers, they're Daedra worshippers. They rounded up the villagers and took them away. I hid. Check the green glass inn. The cultists commandeered it. Now please, I need to get out of here.
Nightmares. Sounds like Prince Vermina, all right. We should investigate this green glass inn.
This is the same Daedric prince that, in Skyrim that was giving the entire village nightmares. Alright, so go to the green glass inn, which is where? Ah.
Smite your foe.
All right, in we go.
How disappointing. Another name that overpromises and underdelivers. Yeah, well, we might as well look around.
Work complete. Hidden kindred. Followed your instructions carefully. The gateway will be ready as directed in the stone you requested to rebuild the sacred statue is now on its way to the destination you provided. The prince's shrine will soon be restored to its former glory. The Dremora Torvasad has arrived, and he wants us to prepare to join the incursion into Apocrypha. He tells me he will soon know exactly where we need to go to find the door he saw in his dream. I'm not sure I trust an unaligned Daedra, but our princes ordered us to obey him for the glory of the Dreamweaver and the Prince of Pestilence, kindred Rector Nihilith.
Master Shalreni. Are you familiar with this mortal?
Fishing bait. Alright, so the other one is above us, Raj.
Strength of the exiled Boithra, it finds thee even now.
Dresser is already searched. Purchase a glass mine, village elders, our hidden kindred allies. Arched gateway, they're using mystic quantities and malachite ore compounds provided by the Prince Pyatt and the Prince Vermina. And my own specially crafted spells. This will provide a portal that we need to enter Apocrypha without drawing the notice of Hermaeus Mora. Bring your dream carvers to Alvanus and wait for Torvasid's signal. Do not strike early. We must secure the relic and the right before we search for the door. Torvased's dream of or the Prince of Fate will perceive his peril. Deal with any loose ends and convey as you see fit.
The Dreamcarvers plan to strike at Apocrypha? Oh, that must be the disturbance in fate that brought me here.
I could see how that could be a problem.
I assume this would turn out to be some pointless mortal delusion. A minor contradiction easily resolved. But Oblivion gateways and Daedric shrines, and plans to invade Apocrypha? Ugh. This might take longer than I thought.
What do you make of the 2 letters we found here?
Clearly, the cult used the mind to construct a portal to Apocrypha for the express purposes of invading my master's realm. They also sent stone to restore a Daedric shrine, most likely one devoted to Periite or Vermina. But who's Master Shelreni?
If only it were that simple. But again, Daedric princes don't really like giving up what's theirs. So, I don't think it's their shrines. They sound like they're working jointly against a common enemy. Their interests are overlapping currently, and there's a cost of that, and the cost is restoring these things.
Doors in Apocrypha lead to secrets and knowledge. Something this Torvasard saw in a dream? Is that why Vermina is involved? I suppose we should investigate the mine next. Just make sure I don't get mutilated. Reconstitution is so unpleasant.
Vermina is the direct, canonically, currently, Vermina is the direct threat to Hermaeus Mora. Like, they're the direct opposites, because Hermaeus Mora is the knower of knowledge. So, facts. Vermina is the Daedra Prince of Dreams. Dreams. And that means uncertainty. Because imagination can be wild and be anything and unpredictable and unknowable. So, because nothing's fact. It's just perceptions that can be changed and influenced. So they're direct opposites as far as like goals, objectives, demeanors, and that's why Vermina would be involved in wanting to evade Apocrypha, is because they are exact opposites and opposed.
Most of the time, the research I undertake is wasted. But my study of the area indicated that the mine runs underneath the village. The entrance lies to the east. Why do you bear the mark of my master, mortal? You don't seem to be a devotee.
I made a deal with Hermaeus Mora to save Apocrypha and Nirn. He called me Fate's Chosen.
Of course he did. Mortals always get the special titles. Who winds up doing all the work? Usually that's me. Well, as long as we're both here, we might as well work together. What's the worst that could happen? Never mind. I already know.
Okay, so who is Torvased?
Never heard of him. The letter we found claims he's an unaligned Dremora working with Vermina and Periite. And with Master Shelreni, too. It's highly unusual for a Dremora not to be dedicated to a clan or a prince. Not mention of a dream.
Okay, tell me about it.
Another contradiction and a flood of discrepancies. Daedra don't normally dream, not like mortals at any rate. Not even the Dremora who consider themselves above the rest of us. I may need to look into this Torvasard when I return to Apocrypha.
Alright, let's get going. Alright, so now we gotta go to the glass mine. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Run! Ah, it's a candle. Okay, cool. Let's get on out of here. Let's go down to the glass mine. Rah! Okay. Oh. Oh, he used that as a limit. Alright, let's get into the mine and let's go find out what everyone's doing down here. We're doing this, I mean, yeah, we're probably just gonna finish the storyline out because we gotta get into Apocrypha to get our other companion, dude. And I can't remember how to get there, so we'll just go through the storyline. Because the storyline will send us there.
Share your thoughts with me.
Equipment. Ultimate generation. I gotta think on that. Because that's not that great of a buff for what I'm doing.
Malachite. Volcanic glass that absorbs magicka under the right conditions. A good choice for building a gateway to oblivion.
Hey.
Some of the missing villagers. Mortals should have the decency not to leave their empty husks lying about. It's untidy.
Because, you know, they can control where their husks are.
Gateway. It's inactive, but I can detect the lingering energy of Apocrypha in the air. It must have closed recently. Look around, mortal. We need more information before I attempt to activate this gateway.
Follow the instructions in this letter. Any deviation will result in unforeseen and most likely calamitous events. Blight Crown's concoction has been worked into the stone, as has the dream essence given to us by Vermina. Torvased provided the coordinates, and I have devised a spell to make it all work together. When the keystone is set in place, the gateway will be ready. Do not activate until Torvased issues the command. Every time the gateway is open, the more likely Hermaeus Mora will notice the intrusion. The invocation to reach Apocrypha is as follows. By 7th Umbra and the dismissal name, I bid thee, Queen Cephala Arx Fane, Master Selrini.
This is bad. We have the invocation needed to activate the gateway.
So you know what we should do? We should totally activate the gateway because we need Hermaeus Mora to be aware of it so he knows what to look for. 1. And 2, we should see where they're going.
Contradictions cling to those tools like void ticks adhere to a watcher's tentacles. Leave them for now. We need to deal with the gateway. I suppose we have no choice. We need to activate the gateway and follow Hermaeus Mora's enemies to Apocrypha.
Alright, let's do it.
Heroics aren't usually part of my duties, but so it goes. Did I use the wrong words, mortal? My investigation is incomplete. To find out what the hidden kindred seek in my master's realm, I must follow them. And since you agreed to assist me, you must follow me. I like it less than you, believe me.
Alright, what should I expect?
Apocrypha can be overwhelming for mortals. You may find power or despair, knowledge or madness. Still, you bear the mark of Hermaeus Mora. I think you're meant to go there, and damn it all, I think I'm meant to go with you.
Alright, let's do it. Let's go.
Ready yourself, mortal. Now, what was that invocation? By seventh Umbra and the dismal name, I bid thee open Cephaliarch's bane.
Cephaliarch. That's how you say that. Cephaliarch. The tomes. Yeah, I like the tome. The tome one's pretty cool too.
Don't look up, mortal. I understand your kind find our sky disturbing.
You know what?
Let me see.
Isn't that a...
Right that way.
No. Yeah. It's this dude. Yeah, it was the Cipher Eye Pocket. Still not the right one, though. Do they even have... Do they have that one as like an individual one, maybe? No, they don't. Okay. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one, then. I want the books again and the purple watcher. Wait a second. We're actually an Apocrypha. Scrut, see you later. See you later, big dog. We are going this way, because we need to go and get a Xander, or however you pronounce his name. I'm sure we'll get refreshed when we run into him over here. But we'll get our final companion. Bum, 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 bum. And that'll be exciting, because then they'll all be unlocked. Okay, now, to get to the Cipher's Midden. Because that's where the old man is. I really love this mini-map. This thing is so freaking convenient. Dramatic quality of life improvement. Legitimately, if they were to make a fully modifiable, interactable mini-map as part of the actual game, where, like, you could change the size of it. You could turn it on and off. You could choose what icon showed up, right? Like, that type. There would be so many more people that played this. Just because that quality of life improvement is so dramatic. And again, have the option to turn it off if the players don't want to use it. Like, absolutely. Have it as a toggle option. But man, oh man, so many people would love that. And there he is.
Greetings! You have a sharp look to you, traveler. My name is Azander. I'm an arcanist, and I'm hoping we can help.
I was
each
saying it
other
right.
out. I've decades of esoteric knowledge, a bit of coin, and a convivial attitude. What do you say?
So I was saying it right. It is a Xander. Nice.
I'd like your help tracking down a former associate of mine. I was attempting to create a relic of great power, and now find my fate frayed, for lack of a better term. I call this relic the Fate Weaver Key.
Alright, so tell me about your former associate.
Martina was a brilliant collaborator, and may be able to identify where I went wrong. To find her, we'll need to find a tome, summon a Daedra, and brave the terrors of Apocrypha. What do you say? Join me in an exploration into the unknown?
Alright, Xander, I'll help. Let's see.
I'm looking forward
How's this
to
gonna
our
go?
collaboration. As I said, we'll need a book on Daedra summoning to get us on the right track. Let's convene in the center of Cypher's midden. Is there anything I can clarify for you before we begin?
This one also takes us into a public dungeon. I just remembered that too. Yep, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, we said we were going to get them all, so we're going to get them all. He's the last one. So we will get through whichever public dungeon he's sending us into at the end of his storyline.
That mystic phenomenon I was struggling with, I'm calling them frayed fates. They're echoes from a choice I once made. My work to create the Fate Weaver Key has snarled them up. So untidy. If I'm ever to perfect the key, I'll need to unfray my fate.
So we're going to unfray your fate. How are we going to go do that?
A good question. I need to reset. Return to the roots of my research to unravel this issue. That's why I'm hoping to find my old colleague. Their name was Martina Abor, a talented researcher, though we've since parted ways.
You want me to find Martina, but you're starting by looking for a book?
My hope is that a Daedric consultant, a watcher named Tim, will know where they are. The book will lead us to Tim, you see. Thankfully, the ciphers of the Eye have given me access to their stacks. Ha!
Okay, and what is it you do?
An excellent question. I'm a scholar of esoterica, eldritch secrets, and things mortals were not meant to know. I'm an arcanist of the highest order, proud to say, wresting the power of Apocrypha into my quill-gnarled hands, as you do.
I'm an arcanist as well. Cool, that actually allows us to say that to him. Nice.
Ah, a fellow seeker of knowledge. Do you hold more to the tentacular school of thought, or are you more of a rune carver? You're not one of those tiresome paddlers in the fathomless seas, are you? Apologies. We can compare notes later.
So we're going to unfray fate. How are we going to go do that? We already said that. What were you trying to do with this Fate Weaver key?
It's not my fault. I mean, I was attempting to peer beyond the veil of reality, much as Hermaeus Mora does, to gaze upon other fate lines. It would have been brilliant. I should have spent more time developing my infralux notation.
Okay, and what is it you hope to learn?
Just think, what could you learn by looking beyond your own life, at the paths unwalked? What kernels of truth could you hold with such a tool? I hope to gain knowledge about myself, about the universe, why, about the very nature of mortality.
See, there's certain things that people shouldn't know. Their fate is one of those things. Like how it all ends. What things you're destined to accomplish and destined to fail at, right? Like those things you shouldn't know. Those are one of those things that, because if you know those things, you'll end up worrying about them, hyperfixating on them, or going into those differently than what you would have that would have given you those results. So no matter what, it always gets fucked up. So those things are things you should never seek out. Instead, you should seek out things like ways of bettering the points of weakness you have. For example, if you don't have a great memory, like, okay, how do I improve that? Right? You would want to, instead of figuring out your fate, figuring out ways to improve your shortcomings. Because if you can improve your shortcomings, then you're able to accomplish more and you're able to understand more and seek more. So then you can have better understandings and comprehensions to everything and anything that you needed to. That's the way you handle that, because eventually you'll just simply understand the fabric of the universe, because eventually you'll have improved your shortcomings to the point where your strong points are now your shortcomings, and then you have to improve those and rinse and repeat until you reach a peak level of knowledge in a universe like this where these people are effectively immortal as long as they're working for Hermea Mora. Because this isn't even the realm of Nirn anymore. This is Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora's realm itself. So, time is irrelevant at this point. So, to achieve that is absolutely realistic in that setting under those conditions. But that's what you would want to do. Okay, what makes one of these frayed fates? Do you make one when you decide what to have for breakfast? Okay. Is it like every decision that makes these? This is basically what they're asking.
A simplistic example. Not all choices are equal. But if the choice to have oatmeal instead of eggs changed the course of your life, think of them like divergence points and everything you could learn seeing the might-have-beens play out.
Okay. Xander, I can promise you right now that you don't have the mental capability of understanding all of that and comprehending it. So what you should do is figure out how to get to a point where you can comprehend it, and then seek these answers.
The stacks aren't far at all. I'll see you there.
There it is. Alright, so let's get over here. Let's get this waypoint unlocked. The Mills study. Because I saw that right there. Lore books. No, I don't need the drink. I'm glad none of this is stealing. That's pretty awesome. Wardrobe. Ooh. Soul gem. All right. Cool. We got the lore book.
I have no idea where in Orbis to look for my old colleague Martina. But I know she was working with a Daedric consultant, a creature named Tim. If we can summon Tim, we can find Martina.
Okay, and where do we find the book?
Indubitably, I knew I was right about you. Now, an esteemed elder within the ciphers once summoned forth this Daedra. If we can find the notes from this elder, you and I can summon Tim and engage in parley.
Okay, how do we find the book?
You've never been to the Library of Dusk, I take it. Or the forbidden section of Gwillem University. Dedicated scholars must develop their own search magics. I'll begin the incantation. Just be ready for anything. Apocrypha is full of surprises.
I wonder why we had to ask him so many times before he gave us a straight out answer. Like, bro, just tell us where.
Incantis eruditum, abyssal sea, hear my call. Find the secrets beneath this scroll. The rune form is complete. Follow where it leads.
All right, Raj.
Aha! The book we need is in that pile. There, a tome show has the text. Get after it. The chase is on.
Oh, come on. I like the tome shells, too. I have a white one on console. That's another one I would really like to get back. It's the tome shells.
Excellent work. Ha! That was bracing. Pity the tome will smell like transliminal parasite now. Let's see what it says.
Okay, here you go. One book.
Here's the ritual to summon Tim. Easy enough, just a question of the appropriate summoning materials. We'll need expunged tome dust, the talon of a seeker, and black ichor from the spoomy pools of Apocrypha.
Okay, and where can we find these?
Let me mark your map. Seekers tend the flora of the region. Their talons often break off in the resin. And there should be plenty of tome dust scraped from parchment in the cipher's midden expungatory. Try to get some from a Daedric incantation.
Okay, and what about the ichor?
I'll procure that, worry not. Don't want you to think I'm taking advantage of your assistance. Once you have the dust and talon, we'll meet back up at the ritual site I've marked on your map. What do you say?
All right.
The tome dust should be found in the cipher's midden expungatory, while seekers tend to congregate around those resin plants to the southwest. Easy enough, and soon we'll be talking to Tim.
Okay, so let's go with this one and find out a little bit more about why he's so familiar.
Well, I should hope so. I've been coming here for years. Fascinating place. You can learn the ways of the Arcanist back home, of course. But to truly understand the forces of fate, tides and the abyssal sea, there's nowhere else like it.
Where's back home in Tamriel? I'm gonna guess he's originally from a Redguard settlement or territory, so somewhere like the Alakir Desert or something to that effect. Like Sentinel, maybe.
Oh, here and there, you know. You've seen one post-feudal
Hammerfell.
You've seen them all, am I right? My family hails from Hammerfell. Born
Yep.
and raised in tall Papa's shadow.
Do you visit them much?
I'm no youngster, obviously. My parents now dwell within Aetherius, and the rest of the family politely pretends I don't exist. Best for all involved. Now then, we have a Daedra to summon.
I know that Hammerfell's their capital. I just never think of it as the place where Redguard are. I always think of Sentinel. It's probably because I've spent so much time in Sentinel. Alright, better get to it. Let's go. So, where are you sending me, big dog? Seeker Talon. Well, it looks like the tome dust is like right here in town. So let's just go handle that.
That can't be right. But if it's wrong,
Head on in. head on in. Bum 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 bum. Oh, this is stealing. Fine, we'll leave it alone.
Do be careful. Don't rush about and scatter the dust.
Okay, so that part's taken care of, so now we just gotta go with the Talon.
Ugh, such drivel in some of these old spells.
Now, bum, 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 bum. Talon. Yeah, there's no fast travel to that, so we will just run that one.
We ride.
Indeed we do, good sir. I wish you could capture, like, those random creatures out in the wild. Like, go catch a torch bug, go catch a tome shell, go catch a shroom jelly, right? Go catch these things in the wild, and they can be, like, your non-combat pets. That would be kind of cool. And then they could still sell, like, the different skin variants of them. Or it would give further content and reason for people to go get the DLCs. It's like, cool. You want the DLCs? You gotta go. You want these flying pets? Like, for example, purple torch bugs. You want purple torch bug? You have to have this DLC. Like, that tracks. That would be kind of cool too. But like some sort of capture system for them. Xander, where are we meeting you at, big dog? Let's follow the trail. Aha! Okay, still no fast travel. So we will run it. How are we gonna run it? Actually, I do want to go around this way and follow the bridge down. Tower of Unutterable Truths. What does this place look like? Oh. Oh my goodness. This place is massive. Currently not for sale. This place is massive. We are not going to get distracted because we got a lot to do still. And exploring housing previews of houses that are not available are not useful to progressing those things. 48, so 112 more. All right. Wonder why the watchlings are hostile. Like, if we're an Apocrypha, and we're one of Hermaeus Mora's proxies, and this is his realm, we're his fates chosen. Why are his creatures hostile to us?
Begone! My fate line is my own. Your life is mine. Did you hear? Never mind. Welcome. Ah, my new collaborator. Good to see you again. By Mora's eyes, these frayed fates are becoming increasingly annoying. I look forward to putting them to bed, as it were. Do you have the items we need to summon our Daedric consultant?
Yep, here you go. Summon
Fearless
Tem.
work. Let's see. Here's the Ichor. Unpleasant to gather, but I've done worse in my day. Now then, I'll light the fonts and begin the incantation. As we go, I'll need you to offer up the Tome Dust, Talon, and Ichor. In that order.
Tome Dust, Talon, Ichor. Okay. Tome Dust, Talon,
Just so,
Ichor.
with any luck, this Tem can tell us where the whims of fate have led Martina. If this doesn't work, well, I'm sure I'll think of something. But let's hope it works, eh? Onward!
Okay, so Tome Dust, Talon, Ichor.
We light the flames to summon Tem, the omen of destiny. Come before us!
That is summoned. Ask your questions, make your offerings.
We offer the dust of an ancient spell. I seek the location of my former colleague, Martina Abor.
Tem's eyes have seen you, Asander Alcibiades. You search for one who does not wish to be found.
Recalcitrant, are we? We offer the talon of a seeker. I need Martina to correct an error. Where are they?
You tamper with fate, mortal. Tem sees a darkness approaching, one you have unmoored.
Daedra, I have called, and you must answer. With Ichor as payment, I command you. Where can I find Martina Abor?
I shall answer, but not to you, Arcanist. Tem will speak with the one who made the offerings.
Oh!
The audacity of that creature.
What's that, big dog?
Tem sees you, chosen proxy of the Great Eye. Adventures, triumphs that have happened, or may happen, or may never happen. Speak, and Tem will tell you what you wish to know.
I feel like the first question should be asking Xander's question, just in case we only have one question. You know, just as a safety precaution there. Because what if, like, this question right here is like, ah, cool, I answered your one question. That's it. See you later. Deuces.
The choices of Asander Alcibiades hang heavy about him, reeking from stains on his hands and his soul. Also, he speaks with a distinct lack of respect for Tem, the omen of destiny.
Okay, right. So where can we find Martina Abor?
Martina Abor, Arcanist of the Abyssal Sea and Illuminatus of the Threads of Fate, retreated to their sanctum 920 days ago. Seek them within the subrealm known as the Underweave, at a place called the Heart. But beware, mortal.
Alright, beware what?
The Arcanist you travel with sought to view the path unwalked, but failed to see where those paths led. In his hubris, he has allowed a thing that should not be to be. Tem has spoken.
Thanks, Tim.
Questions asked and answered. Farewell, mortals.
All things being equal, that went rather well. It seems we're off to the Underweave. Oh, exciting!
That is exciting. You know why? Because the Underweave is the public dungeon, which means this is the conclusion of his quest. Oh! Alright, let's see. Where are we at? Champion points. Oh, champion points. Bum, 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 bum. All right.
The Underweave is a powerful nexus of fated potential in Chroma Incognito. Terribly powerful and terribly dangerous. Sounds just like Martina to set up a lab there. Onward and upward!
Okay. He's awfully chipper about this.
Am I? No, not particularly. Daedra are strange beasts, you know. Their concept of mortality, time, and danger are very different from our own. Clearly, there have been some unintended consequences, but nothing the two of us can't handle.
Okay. Cheers, big dog. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and head on up top there. We're actually going to go and hit this waypoint first and then draw back down. Let's go all the way to the tippy top. There we go. Now, we can go to the dungeon. Or, yeah, public dungeon. Boom, boom, boom. And we have made it.
No, no! The Master of Secrets will certainly flay me for this.
Okay, so we have been going for 5 hours. I need to take my first break real quick. Give me a few moments. Then we're gonna knock out this, finishing up Xander's quest inside this public dungeon, and then we're gonna go to Venderfall and go and get all of the rubbings, so that way we can unlock the 3D table map of Venderfall. So those are the things we're going to be doing, so please stick with me through the break, and we'll be right back. Alright. We are back. Well, let's go get it. I got the map pulled up too for the how many is it? 30 locations we're gonna be visiting. Hey Curse, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing?
Not to belabor the obvious, but we'll need to be careful here. We should make haste to the heart of the Underweave and find Martina's sanctum. Onward and upward! The Fate Weaver key is palpitating, pulling me off to the east. Fascinating. Something in Martina's sanctum must be synergizing with the relic.
Alright, let's go do it, big dog. So we're going this way, huh? Let's take a look at the map. So it actually looks like I need to go this way to go around, to go up, to go... Yeah.
To the heart of the Underweave.
No way it's not gonna let us actually go do that, is it? It actually might let us go do that. It really did let us do that. Oh, that is so funny. Oh, that is way too funny. Cool. Bam. Let's go. So, how's things going over on you're going back to your warden stuff. How's that been going? Have you gotten around to getting that what was the name of that staff that you were seeking? Dang, I can't remember the name of the staff. Something with the weather. Is something weather, and I know perfect or perfected was in the title, if I remember correctly. There we go. Nice. Oh man, that's a seeker. You know what would be funny? So think about this, right? EA's owned... Sorry, BioWare for Dragon Age is owned by EA. EA is owned by Microsoft. Elder Scrolls is owned by Bethesda. Bethesda's owned by Microsoft. How funny would it be if they started like stashing symbols? For example, there's these creatures in here that are called Seekers. And we have the Seekers in Dragon Age, and if we remove Veilguard from the storyline and we look at just Inquisition, all of them were killed and sacrificed. How funny would that be if they just like, oh yeah, they're hanging out in Ball's realm, and they've also, some of them have ended up in Apofrica looking for answers. How funny would that be if they figured out a way to intertwine everything? Oh, that would be so hilarious. And this could be just like another realm that's floating in oblivion. Like, they're all connected, because we don't know much about Thetis. Thetis?
I had hoped.
Hold on.
Why must the most brilliant among us fall to curiosity's blade? Take a look around, if you don't mind. I need a moment.
So, in this one, they talk about how each of these realms are just... Hold on. They say that there's so many different realms floating around in the Oblivion, right? But Thetis, which is where Dragon Age takes place, and we don't know anything past the continent of Thetis, because we don't know if there's any other landmasses on the planet. We don't know if it is a planet. We don't know if it's a realm. We don't know anything about it. So, like, technically, you know, like, they technically could. And how did the elves come to be in Dragon Age? They were once spirits originally who took physical form. Who decided to take physical form. Okay, so what happened? What are the elves in this game? In the Elder Scrolls universe? Spirits that took physical form. Now, granted, it's a hell of a lot different the way that they did it in this universe versus that other universe, but the principle is still the same practice. Spirits that took physical form. So the elves would technically still be of the same species, the same lineage.
No idea what that concoction is. Curious. Perhaps you, might find... Come. Let's talk. I, wish I could say this was the first time I found an old friend dead. But I cannot. From the spell lattice surrounding them, I believe Martina's research may have followed a similar path to my own. Let's take a look at that journal.
Perfected Wrath of Elements and still not got it yet? Okay. Is it still like you need more power, you need more levels, you need more CP, you need like a specific equipment to go run it, or you just need like time to go do it? I'm sorry, Xander, and you're right. The journal talks about Martina's fates fraying like yours.
Martina says here she could somehow scry for the fates frayed from her timeline. Fascinating. She experimented with several different methods, including using her own blood. It's messy, dangerous, but perhaps effective.
Is there any way that we could do that?
Yes, I believe so. I have some thoughts that need to germinate, and I'd like to dispel this ward. Take care of Martina. Let's retire to my rooms at Cypher's Midden, near the Way Shrine. I'll see you there, my canny colleague. I'll see you back at Cypher's Midden, my perspicacious collaborator. Just need to see to Martina, here. Research, of course. Always research. Just like in the old days. Martina and I were excellent collaborators. I was the gab, the talker, the trader. But Martina was the silent strength, astute observations after lengthy contemplation.
It's the fact that I need more CP to be more tanky, need to level Zar up more, and he keeps dying in the arena of Vadashan Hollows on Vet. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. I totally get that, because like there's quite a bit of content that I would love to go do. It's just like I know I'm not strong enough to go do it, so I'm gonna wait. And I definitely ran into that issue consistently on console. Matter of fact, it took me a while to be able to go into those arenas and solo those and do it in one run. That took me a few tries to get the Fatishan Hollows done too. So yeah, I totally get that one. All right, let's get out of here.
Martina's memory somehow. I'll see you back at Cypher's Midden.
Okay, and you are over here. Let's head on inside and recruit the man.
Welcome. Martina's research lives on. I believe with further development, I can adapt her methods and modify the Fate Weaver key itself. But let's crawl before we walk. First, we confirm if scrying for frayed fates is even possible.
Okay, and why are we scrying for your frayed fates?
This is why you make...
Alright, let's try that again.
Research lives on.
There we
It's
go.
time to put my failure behind me. So far, the fates have come to me. With Martina's research, we can scry for one, find it, and shut it down. What do you think of that?
Alright, sounds good. What's the first step?
This is why you make a good collaborator. Your focus. I place in your hands the Fate Weaver key. Still flawed, unfortunately, but newly modified thanks to Martina's notes. Follow along with me, and we'll seek out a frayed fate.
Alright, let's do it.
Observe this thaumaturgical quadrant. Gripping the key, activate each of the beacons.
And this one. And that one.
A shipwreck? Wait, that must be Fathom's Drift. Superlative! The drift is in the far north of the region. I'll meet you there.
Okay. What, let's see, what level am I now? I'm about to hit CP 50 as soon as I get to wherever it is this dude wants me to meet up with him. So let's see here. We're here. But yeah, so I'm in the CP ranks now, but I am still below 160. So there ain't no sense of me chasing gear quite yet. But I am getting there. And I got the house fully unlocked. I got third tablet finally. And I got the Oaken Soul Ring. That's in my inventory currently. I can't equip it. I'm not high enough level. But it's there. No. Damn. All right. Fine. We'll follow the road. Like, why didn't you just do that in the first place? Because reasons. No, I was just trying to get there faster, and I was thinking, you know what, I'll just cut straight across the map. I don't need no stinking roads. I was wrong, by the way. Clearly. Okay, so it is up and to the right. Okay. You know what I haven't played in a very, very long time? Skyrim. I was talking to Pixie Aquatica about it earlier. Seeing about maybe introducing her to it, because she's another one of those rare individuals that have not experienced what is Skyrim. One second, let me switch my headphones. But I'm also kind of curious on what type of mods they have, like what the difference between the mods are on PC versus console. I'm just not sure where the best place to look for those. Like, do I just use the mod support that's built into the game, or do I go to like Nexus mods, or do I go through Steam mods? Like, who's got the best mods?
It is my will. Away, you pestering phantom. You're here. Blast these frayed fates. Let's get in there and turn theory into practice, eh? Smooth these things back into the universe. Well, first, we enter the drift and find the darn thing. The Fate Weaver key in your able hands will lead us where we need to go. Now, properly attuned, it should allow you to tug on the threads that bind my fate to me.
So follow the threads and what then?
We use the Fate Weaver key itself to bind this frayed fate back into the fabric of the universe. Now, I'm not... Well, to be totally honest, I'm not exactly sure what that will look like. But we're armed with a dead friend's knowledge. We'll see it done. Into the drift! Huzzah!
Huzzah! I'll meet you inside, bud. I've got a way shrine to collect. What is that? Where? Oh, no. I didn't mean to. Tome of Unknown Color. What do you do? Okay.
Must like you, Tamit. In life, he never did anything like this for me.
I don't know what the Tome of Unknown Color did. Okay. Not sure what that did at all. That was weird. And there wasn't like a thing that prompted over on the left side there to tell me anything about it. Abyssaic. All right.
The Fate Weaver key will be our guide. It should make visible the threads that bind me to the nearby frayed fate.
Okay. Oh, I see it.
There. A thread. Untie it. And we'll follow the thread to the next. And the next. Ha! Martina's work. My research. It's working. Smashing.
I wonder if it's deliberately empty of enemies, or if somebody else just came through and cleared it out. Because for a delve, I feel like we should have a lot more enemies that we were contending with.
That thread was woven past that door. Up the ramp. I think I see something. Look there.
Ah.
This distortion is a frayed fate. Let's pull this situation into focus.
Swap the deck, Azander. Stop lollygagging, Azander. I'm tired of all this.
What? A sailor? How odd. I haven't wanted to be a sailor since I was a child.
Bilge rats and stale bread. I'll never make it to first mate.
Such potential. Stronger now.
Twitching tentacles. What is that?
I grow stronger.
Use the key. These room forms should banish that thing.
We will not be undone.
That big dog.
It worked.
It's like an alter ego evil version of
We
him.
just witnessed. Distressing, horrid, disconcerting. Apologies, cohort. I'm free associating to deal with my emotions. Of course, yeah, just processing. Tem, it seems, was telling the truth. Afraid Fate has grown in strength somehow. Become adversarial.
Okay, so what do we do now?
Allow me to take back the Fate Weaver key. I'll need to consider this new information. The introduction of this adversary into the experiment was unforeseen. Let's reconvene in my room at Cypher's Midden.
All right, big dog. Well, let's go there, actually. We are so close. We might as well grab it while we're here. All the way to the top. All right. Now we can head on back. Okay, and your place is right here. Bum bum bum.
Ah, there you are. Come, let's talk. I'm ecstatic. Incredible. Brilliant, even. Somehow, my experiment seems to have created a new, previously unseen mystic phenomenon. One frayed fate consumed the other by means and for reasons unknown. I'd be even happier if it didn't want me dead. Ha!
You're excited that you create a thing that wants you dead.
Yes. I mean, would I prefer this adversary enjoy a strenuous argument over a pot of tea? Without a doubt. But you have to understand, I believe the Fate Weaver experiment was an abject failure.
So the fact that the experiment created anything is exciting to you. Okay, yeah.
Indubitably. And mark me well, this discovery would not have been possible without your insights and abettance. We make a superlative research duo, you and I. I haven't had a competent cohort in some time. I must. My fate is still frayed after all. It must be restored and this dark being dealt with. But now, a question for you. Would you be willing, if you have the time and inclination, to continue our collaboration?
All right.
Together, my new. Together,
Now.
cohort, we will accomplish stupendous things, remarkable things, for research.
Guess what that means. Right, there we go. Alright, so we've got all of the companions collected. Now, for the next major complication. We are gonna go get our table again. So first thing we need to do is get here.
Blessed moon smile upon you.
We leveled up again.
On the move.
All right, follow this road all the way down. Wrap around here, and we'll get a waypoint, and we'll pick up that waypoint, and then go into the village, or into the settlement, and then in the settlement, we'll be able to talk to the. There's somebody that gives us a quest. I can't remember what title they run by.
Please, someone, we need help.
Fewer people staring at me than I anticipated. What a strange time you live in.
I gotta check and see, because he never gives us an exact date when he was around. So I'm curious if Vivek and Sit the Soul and oh, I can't remember the other one's name. There's another one. But these various living gods, I wonder if they existed in his time period. Let's see, how much is this place? I was looking at where to get the Oblivion set from. It comes from the Vault of Madness dungeon. Okay, let's check it out. Vaults of Madness. Vaults of Madness, Oblivion. Adds crit chance, weapon spell damage, stam recovery, weapon spell damage. When you kill an enemy, you fill an empty soul gem and heal for 12,295 health. This heal can occur once every 10 seconds and goes off the higher and adds stamina recovery. It would be great for survivability and hordes, But like if you get into a big boss fight where it's just one boss that doesn't summon minions, you're screwed. Like it's not beneficial at that point. That would be the only downside to that, is it would suck in boss fights where there's no minions. But other than that, like, solid, good survivability. If you can drop enemies fast enough and have enough soul gems. Spell damage, health, gain major brute. I don't need this major brutality. Magical recovery, magical. Grants magical recovery up to 11 other groups member persists through death. Wasn't there a house icon, I thought? That's the Thieves Guild. It's the upper city. Upper city. Where else? Upper City, Mages Guild. The Inn. Furnishings. The Inn. I bet you it's in the Inn. Nice. That gives us another fast travel point. It's free, so that'll save money in the long run. Which is something I strongly recommend for like starting out characters or people that are maybe new that don't have a lot of these houses. This is super cheap. Like that's 3,000. You know, like go pick them up because you'll save money in the long run if you're not inclined to use way shrines, or like you're gonna find yourself out adventuring and you're like, man, it's a pain in the ass to get to the next way shrine and I really don't want to have to deal with that, or I just used the way shrine but I need to use it again and I'm not next to one, so it's still super expensive. Houses. Even if you don't decorate them or put anything in them, they're still free fast travel points. Okay, and it's the library, maybe? Yes. You. Come here.
Well, have you come to see our wonder in miniature? Our magnificent tribute to Morrowind? Alas, the work is not yet complete, and, truth be told, there is more to our miniature Vardenfell than simply a representation of our land at a reduced scale.
Okay. Building a model.
Indeed. And once complete, it will point us to the location of the lost library of Ondul, the secret repository of the knowledge of the great houses. I just need someone to help me handle the legwork, as it were. Well, that's the rub. literally. The ancient families of Vardenfell hid the location of the library and then placed clues to find it at their ancestral tombs. I need someone to take rubbings of these clues. Will you help me solve this mystery?
Yep.
Excellent. Let's start with a simple...
All right. So first things first, we need to come over here and get the fast travel point. Okay. Right, so let's do this in order. Let's do this in quest order. And then we'll go ahead and start doing it in number order. Because there's 30 of these that we have to collect. All right, and outside, yes. And that was number 13. Make a little checklist for myself here, so that way we don't lose track. Bum, bum, bum. What I'll do is I'll write it up here while they're talking, so that way we can have our own little checklist to keep track of, where we can actually mark things off as we find them. Because the one we just picked up, the map I'm using has it marked as number 13.
I assume you found the tomb without too much trouble. Were you able to take the rubbing as I directed? The model of Vardenfell progresses nicely, but we still have a long way to go to fill in all the notable landmarks and uncover the location of the lost library of Ondul. This is perfect. Now, prepare yourself. What happens next will be simply amazing. Thanks to magic provided by Lord Vivek, I can use this rubbing to not only record the clue provided by the tomb, I can add a new section to our model of the land.
Okay.
The model of Vardenfell progresses nicely, but we still have a long way to go to fill in all the notable landmarks and uncover the location of the lost library. My research indicates that 30 of our most revered families each left a clue to the location of the library of Ondul. Find the remaining 29 tombs, take rubbings, and before long, our model will be complete and the location revealed.
Alright, I'm almost done making my checklist here. Okay, and number 13 is done. Alright, so, now then. Right there. Actually, there's one right here. So we'll go there. So I am using a guide because there is 30 locations. So we're going to go through and grab all of these rubbings so that we can unlock one of the cooler furnishing items that I really enjoy having. And there's number 10. Nope, that's 11. All right. And over here. And if anyone wants a link to the site that I'm using, just let me know and I will get it posted for y'all so you can follow along with the map I'm using. If not, then we're just gonna go ahead and grab everything.
The potential for health or harm.
Oh man. Oh no. Don't touch me. Run away. Alright, so somewhere in here, somewhere in this general vicinity, is a tomb. Okay, let's wrap around this way. There we go. That's what I need. Alright, so up and to the right is actually where it's showing. Oh, no, it's not. I'm too far up. I need to go down this way. There it is. Okay, and that's number 10. Okay, and 9 is... right around there. So there's a model. You look in the middle of the library where we collected the quest, where it just had the volcano. Now, as we find pieces,
Guide our steps in this troubled place.
as we find pieces of it, of these tombs, it fills in the map. Once you get all of the pieces discovered, and you complete the quest, you get a table of the 3D model of this entire island, which is super, super cool. And it allows... it's a unique furnishing that allows you to do a number of different things as far as like theme building, role-playing, building, things of that nature. And it's a cool collectible. Alright, that's number 9. Number 8. Shows right around there. So it's inside a settlement. Let's go find it. Oh, heavy sack. I think this is getting close, right? Settlement? Yes. Who's chasing us? What's chasing us? Okay, so I still need to keep going this way. Raj.
I think I read
There it
about
is.
this place in a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall.
That's
Perhaps I
8.
misremember. Pay me no mind.
So 7 kind of like comes up and it's right about there. Alright, let's go get that way shrine that's on the other side there. Go! Alright. That takes care of that. So I'm going to collect all of them, and then we're going to turn them all in one shot. And we'll be good with those. It's not a quest. It's trackable. Okay, so right around here. There's another one right there. Yep. What's number 7? Okay, number 6. It shows right in the boss fight area. Okay, so we gotta figure out how to get up there. Luckily, these go pretty fast, as we notice. And discovering all these places is giving us XP because we've leveled up already just doing this. We're not in combat. We still can't enter it. Okay. There we go. It's like maybe there's a thing I'm missing. There was. Round. Where is it located at? There it is. Take the rubbing. And that's number 6. All right. Now, five has it around this point. There. Alright, we made it out. Nice. I was a little concerned that the boss was going to trigger and one-shot us or something. Because again, we're still not geared up for anything. Oh, look at that. Way Shrine. Let's go get it, because eventually we're going to be doing every single quest area. We're going to do all the zone quests, finishing out the maps, all the delves. We're going to do them all eventually. So, let's make things easier on ourselves in the long run. Grab it up. This is a workbench area, which I'm pretty sure it is. No, it's actually not. I misspoke. Fine. Because we got to do some more research stuff. But that's fine. We can deal with all that later. Oh, that's right. There's a giant volcano on this island, so we should probably stay on the actual path. Probably a good idea. Immediately goes off path. Try this again. Alright, so back on down that direction. Up through here, and somewhere in this region there's gonna be there it is. There it is. And this one's number 5. And 4. And 4 is actually right around the way shrine. So that's kind of nice. Let's just head to the way shrine then. Alright, so let's go over here. Bum, 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 bum. There's the way shrine. And it's somewhere in this area. Right there. That's number 4. And get on the path, go to the north, and then we're going to split off and go around the backside to get number 3. Bum 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 bum.
And that cheek.
No. Okay, right down here. There it is. I can see it from here. And this one is number 3. So we're going to do this kind of in reverse order now for just a moment here. push to the north to get to the waypoint, and the waypoint will be where number 1 is, and then we can drop down by the second waypoint we have already passed up, and that'll be in the general vicinity. Well, it'll be 2 is on the way to that waypoint, and then we can use that waypoint to jump back and continue progressing in the other direction.
Imagine the fine attire you might make with that.
But that'll take care of this will take care of half the island already. Everything else will be on the other side. There it is. That's number 1. Got it. Number 2 is right roughly in that area. No, I'm not gonna climb up there to discover that marker. I will deal with that when I actually come through to do that that delve there. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. All right, right through, and it's right on the other side of this wall. It's on the upper area, isn't it? Nope, it's not. It's right there.
Swift as Canardi.
And that's number 2. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so now let's zoom out, go back down here. Let's grab this way shrine, and then we can use that to jump down to where we need to go to next. The next one on the list is number 12. You really did damage to me. You jerk. Should've just left me alone. Alright, let's get out of here. Go, go, go.
For the 80th time, help is on the way. I've received assurances from House Redoran. They will handle this trouble in the mine. For the 80th time, help is on the way. I've received assurances from House Redoran. They will handle this trouble.
Okay, so number 12 was roughly there. So for our jump off point, the closest starting point is actually here, because this is Impassable Mountain. And we've got... We're sitting actually at 12. 12 of the 30 collected already. Going pretty quickly, though. So that's nice. course, an accurate map always helps. You should have left well enough alone, big dog. Nope. Jump. There we go. It's probably pressed along that mountainside somewhere. This is going to be a fun place to do the questing in. There it is. Ooh, we got actual enemies sitting at it. That is number 12. So, now we're on to 14. 14. It's in strange placement. No, we're not. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this a little out of order as well. Just because of like the layout of the map and the direction we're gonna be moving in. We're gonna go with moving in one direction with minimizing any, if not removing it entirely, any backtracking possibilities. Come here, special fish. There we go. We are gonna grab this one. Lots and lots of grindy stuff, lots of lengths of let's go get collectibles, which I'm totally going to be doing a lot of at some point. I know I want the Orsinium stuff again. Alright, so let's take a look here at the actual map, see what we're working with here. Okay, so we're going to have to do a little bit of creativity here. Let's go with 15. Which is going to be right around here. So let's go hit up 15.
Not you too. This is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Talenra, but my wife insists we try a new approach.
Push through. Go around. I wonder if the Dwemer dude's in here. From Morrowind.
Help! Someone, please help!
I gotta check on that. That'd be kind of cool if he was. Alright, so it's somewhere in this area. Oh, there it is. And that is number 15. There we go. No, but I'll take those rune stones. Alright, so 16 is below us.
Good find, Tamid.
Chase me. Go, 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 go. Alright, so somewhere. There it is. And that's number 16. Okay. 17 is roughly about here. Definitely collect the jute. You never know what type of armor is going to be called upon for your builds. Maple. Not to mention later on when we actually start putting points into the crafting skill lines, we'll be able to get a lot of the upgrade materials by upgrading the current stuff that we have in our inventory. I am stuck behind these walls, really. So I guess we're going this way.
Yes?
Nothing, homie. Trying to loot, but there wasn't any. Alright, let's try going around this way and see if that changes access to. It does. Nice. There it is. This is number 17. Eighteen is roughly like right. Oh, come on. There. So let's go hit that one. Oh, citizen. What if I didn't? And besides, to be a citizen of this region and of this faction and of this race and of this city, and you know what? I'm not any of those things, big dog. Kind of crazy, really. There it is. And this one was number 18. Okay, 19 is way down here. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna actually head up here and grab this way shrine real quick, because we're gonna be able to use it to pop back up.
Tired of walking? Very well.
Let's go. Okay, go down to the south where we've got it marked. There's going to be another waypoint down there. Looks like there's a sky shard along the way we might be able to grab up too. If it's not too much out of the way, we'll grab it. If it is, then like, nah, we'll pass. It's not. Look at that convenience. Right. Nope, 20 still too far north. Dang. Alright, we're almost there. How do we get over there? Ah, there's a bridge. Nope, can't get over that. Okay, what about this way? There it is. Keep pushing this direction. Somewhere back area, I bet. There we go. It's number 19. Now 20. Roughly there. Bum 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 bum. Okay, how are we gonna reach that point? Will this cut through and actually connect to where we need to go, maybe? Maybe we'll get lucky. It does. Okay. Cut up to the lamb. You know what?
With Kenati's swiftness.
While we're here, we might as well. It just needs to be discovered. Go get it.
Look around us, Tamid. I would not have you miss the beauty of this place.
Shrine of Azura. I just realized that. Oh, dang. I was hoping he would have some more commentary. No? That's who he worships, by the way. The Khajiit variant. Because if you look at the Khajiit deities and Daedra and all of that, they have very similar sounding names. Just different spellings. And of course the Khajiit view them as Khajiit, because, you know, each species would believe in deities that look in appearance like them. Because that makes sense, right? Okay. That's number 20. Alright, so 22 is gonna be somewhere over there. We're almost done. Well, not almost, but we're over halfway done. Boom, boom, boom. And then we could put this in the house too. That'll be nice. What do I want? I want the lore book, and I want the marker discovered. That's what I want, big dog. Like that. Alright. What are we sitting at? 54? Nice.
Material full of potential.
I don't know. I don't know how much potential it's got. That's a jewelry, but a jewelry thing, and we kind of got those set in stone on what we're gonna be running for those. So we're gonna be running the Medusa set for that. And this one is number 22. Alright, let's hit up 25, which is going to be... roughly about... Oh, come on. It's on the coastal side of that island. Go, 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 go. We can grab the lore book too while we're here. There it is. And that's number 25. Let's go grab that lore book real quick while we're here. Okay, so you're on the other side of that. Yeah, we're doing it. So, over here, roughly, is another one. This house is, like, kind of out of the way. What's this one called? Telgallen? What are we doing? Collecting the Vanderfall rubbings so that I can get the 3D map for the house. Because I got all of the wings unlocked. And going through and discovering all of these locations is opening up waypoints as well as giving us experience points, which is leveling us up. I think we've leveled up like 2 or 3 times already just by exploring and chasing these down. Okay. We've collected all of the companions in this stream as well. So every single companion's recruited now. And I feel like there was something else we accomplished in the beginning. Was it? I don't remember what it was in the beginning of the stream that I accomplished. I know about I remember the companions, I just can't remember the rest of what I did. Just fine. Happens. But we're almost done. We're almost done. We have gotten...
I will stay close to you, Tamit. I do not wish to lose my way.
roughly 8 left. Oh, I did the first Undaunted quest to unlock the blood altar for my companion skill line. I also did that. We did a little bit of Necrom stuff. Not very much. I think like just the introductory stuff. And there it is, and that's number 27. And if we go directly straight across... No. Don't do that. We're gonna go here. There we go. I gotta look it up. I can't remember how to do it. Other than buying them. But I know there's a way to get the crafting benches for your house. For furnishings. And I can't remember the other way other than buying it from the guild stores. See, now that I pulled the mount out, I'm going to end up going across water that's too deep and it despawns the mount. It's going to be awesome. I'm not going to lie, I thought it was going to be that very first one. And there it is. That one is number 24. Okay. 21 is just below it. Right here. So let's figure out how to get over there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7, including the one that I'm going after right now, left to find. Oh, I just want to get straight across through a road, please. Don't eat me. Thank you. There we go. We got to the road. Today, I think I'm going to go through cleaning up Skyrim map and all the Blackreach. Yeah, I got to get back to Oridon and do that. I definitely do.
Show me your claws.
I also gotta get my tribute cards. That's another thing I gotta go do, is I gotta get the tribute cards opened up. Alright, so somewhere in this general area, it's another rubbing.
Another find for your deep pockets.
And there it is. And that one's number 21. Okay. Now we go over to number 14, which should be roughly there. So let's jump from 14, from this waypoint here to go to 14. And then we'll go up to 23, 26, 28, 29, 30. Almost done. I also want to do that vampire storyline that they got going on up in with the Lyris. The Lyris storyline. I think that's a pretty cool one. And Clockwork. I love Clockwork. Clockwork's probably still one of my favorites. Alright, that's number 14 finally off the list. Number 23 is roughly... No. There. Okay. Oh, and we've bought a few houses to help with fast travel points to make it cheaper. You know, some of those cheaper, like $3,000 house, 3,000 gold houses. And there it is. That's number 23. So 26 is the next one, which is 1 bend, 2 bend. Roughly in that spot right there. And there we go. Up, up, and away. I wonder if anybody's covered the lore on the finances, like, and explained how the economy works. Because I'm genuinely curious now, after seeing the way the coins look. Genuinely curious on how that works. Like, who controls all of that? Yes, I still got about 5 quests to do in this story in Skyrim, and then I got Morthal to do in the second part of Skyrim storyline. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I still got to do all the faction quests so I can go and do Molag Bal's stuff, because that's another statue that I actually want to go get. Kind of gonna recreate certain aspects of my my console house that I was using. Okay. So it is somewhere in here. There it is. And that was number 26. So now we've only got 3 left. 28, 29, and 30. So 20... Eight is roughly there. Last 3.
Tenarthi, make this swift.
Keep crossing over. Let's cut through and get this one discovered. There it is. You know, if they're gonna put the chest right next to where we're stopping, we will absolutely pick that lock for sure. Oh, it's a master. Oh. Oh yeah, first time. Nice. Weapon, crit, crit, crit. When you deal crit damage, summon a hunger that spews poison on all the enemies in front of it, dealing poison damage, stunning all the enemies. It's kind of cool. Alright. And that one was number 28. 2 more. 29. Shows roughly in there. So before we go doing all of that craziness, though, you know what we are going to do is grab that way shrine. Or the way, yeah, the way shrine, so that way we have a fast travel point to get back up in this area whenever we're doing the quest lines.
Yeah.
There's also a CP perk that takes 10% off traveling to those way shrines. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the green category if I remember correctly. I just have not gotten to that point yet. And honestly, I'm going to chase the fishing one before I worry about the waypoint costs. Just because, like, I'm going to do a lot of fishing. And then I've been seeing in the chat, the world chats, where people have been offering to sell Perfect Row for 15,000 gold for a single one. So I'm just like, you know, I can do some fishing. Alright. Did I grab it? I did grab it, correct? Let's double check. Yes, I did. Okay. I didn't mark it off on my list. 29. One more. It's another one stashed away somewhere in here. There it is. There we go.
Something great, with the determination of her scene.
And that right there is the final one.
I always forget what that rune means.
We're gonna grab that way shrine, and then we're gonna fast travel back and get that turned in, and then we've got our unique furniture piece, which I'm excited about. I actually genuinely think this one's cool. You know what? While we're here, we might as well go discover this place too and unlock it. Okay, research. Training, yes. go with Divines. Decon. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so that was that one. What else we got around here? Is there really only the single workbench? No way. Surely there's the rest of them around here. Well, there's the clothing one. Research, cool. Training, decon. Sturdy goes away. Fitted goes away. Invigorating goes away. Get rid of all of those. Alright, so that's this one. Which one's that? That one's wood. Here we go. Research still solid. Charged for healing staff. Defending. Defending. So where was that? That one can go away. So defending and charged. Precise, so we're good to go there. Alright. Oh, and there is jewelry. Research, that one's good. When you... Yeah, I'm not gonna run that. Nope. Alright, so we got it all discovered. Now we fast travel to our house. And get it turned in, and then we get our special little collectible table. Ah, the day reset. Nice. And right over here to turn it in.
Well done, Outlander. Well
So you can see it. How there's that one piece from where we added. That's what they started with.
As you recover more rubbings. Wonderful. I'll decipher its port.
And then it's complete. Oh, we're missing two. Got those.
As you recover more rubbings.
Oh no. We are missing some. I thought that I got everything. Okay, so let's look at this proper here. Okay, so that... Shoot. I don't know which ones I missed. Oh, is there a list? Okay, let's see if we can figure this out by looking at this map. It looks like 18 is the one I missed. Yeah, let's try that. $18, and then it looks like that's 23, but it shouldn't be. I don't know which two I missed. I thought that I hit everything. If you're using dismantling... If you're dismantling trait, you're not using it, how you're going to get the mastercrafted... If you're dismantling the traits you're not using, how are you going to get the mastercrafter achievement because you need to do research? I know, but I have limited space, and I'm just going to keep collecting gear because I'm always going to get gear. So I'm getting them in priority. I'm prioritizing training, training, divines, and impenetrable. And then once I've got those unlocked on the, at least the armor side of the house, and then what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up it's branching out from there. But eventually I'll get there. I know which ones I want to actually use and what I'm likely to use, and those are the ones that get the priority. And then when I get those, when I'm running out, hold on. Yeah, I killed these guys. What didn't count? So this one counted. Isn't there like a checklist? I feel like there's a checklist. Ravios. 17. I'm only missing one. I am missing one. Okay, so that's Ravio. So I'm missing number 17. 17. It's along this path. But yeah, anyways, I'm prioritizing the ones that are the most useful to me, to my builds, or to other players. Like, for example, if someone comes in here and they're like, hey, I'm gonna make a new character on PC, can you help me with training gear? You know, and it's like, cool, I have that training researched, let me get you set up and hooked up. Or, you know, if I make my new characters, then on my main character, I can go ahead and create the gear I need and place it in my bank. There it is.
Azura, give us strength.
Who's in combat with us now? There we go. What do we got down here? I think it's down here.
Fewer people staring at me than I anticipated.
They literally have a god that is half blue and half gold, homie. I think you're the least weird thing they see on a daily basis.
Well done, Outlander. Well done. As you recover. Wonderful.
And there we go.
Done, Outlander. Well done. Our miniature model is nearly complete, my friend. All that remains is a single component, and that's the key to everything. Indubitably, thanks to your efforts. Every rubbing you brought back not only helped complete the model, but it also provided another clue as to the location of the lost library. What isn't present is the key. That gap in the model, that's where we'll find the lost library of Andul. Once you go and locate the exact spot, we can start examining the records related to our earliest Velothi settlers. What do you say?
Yes. Lost library. Let's find it. Because I want it. Alright. So, ouch. Jeez. 1,038. I'll go outside. I will save the gold. Alright. Let's go get it. I gotta maybe we'll... What are we gonna do afterwards? Maybe go chase down... I haven't even opened up Tales of Tribute. I could go do that. No. I want to actually clean out... I want to clean out some of the skills... I mean, some of the quests that I have in my log. So we're gonna clean out some of those, I think. Dark Convergence and Azura Blight. But I gotta figure out how to make it functional. What class? What, Druid? DP... no. You could do it with a Druid. With the frost effects they throw on the ground constantly, that would pop off Dark Convergence. Oh, sorry, not Druid. I said a Druid, didn't I? I mean Warden. Oh. Letter E. And what's that one? M. You know, I still have that guide pulled up. Okay, so that doesn't tell me anything. So SEM. Is there like a note somewhere? Ah, there is. Here lies the knowledge of great houses, virtue and knowledge. The wards of Andul yield to no myrrh. Trust in the prophet of Veloth. Follow the path of the tiles, the Somerset. From Somerset to Exodus to Morrowind. And like Veloth, you will... So, SEM? Okay, so S is the first one. SEM. squiggle line. Squiggle line. SEM. No. I just have to stay on one of those 3 tiles. Okay. That, on the other hand, does change things. There we go, there we go. Ha 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 ha. Nice. E-M-E-S-M-E-S-E. There we go. Okay, so once you got the puzzle solved, you don't actually have to. Okay. Drummer culture must be protected at all. Is Rossi Dry religious stands cherished the institute. We honor Hasaduri believes the drummer culture is preserved at all costs. I'm just gonna read these real quick, and so that the quest thing's there. All right, who are you specifically? Indril. We'll read yours specifically. Cultures to be preserved, and it will weaken. Change is the enemy of tradition, as we can allow. Outsiders and non-drummer inherently evil and dangerous. No outsider is forbidden from visiting Indera. But Hamaskin has always remained vigilant and observant. Every visitor is watched carefully, and watched. The thief never steals. Okay, cool. Let's go do this.
Halt, intruder. Before entering this vault, you must by answering a few simple questions, such as this one. House Indoril holds what cherished institution to be most precious?
Leeching and Azure Blight work well together if the slot the Occult Overload perk. I want Dark Convergence primarily. I've liked the Dark Convergence effect of pulling everything together and keeping it there while it takes damage. Religion.
According to House Indoril, Dunmer culture must
Be preserved at all costs.
With regard to outsiders, how does House Indoril stand?
Outsiders may visit, but they must always be watched carefully.
You show a deep and abiding understanding.
Nice. Okay, so that takes care of you. You, house dress. Great prize, Argarian pursuits, fortunate out of the salt rice plantations, laboring, worship of ancestor, danger, controlled southwest region, or southeastern region. Morrowind, even expanding its influence into parts of central Morrowind, it was formerly established as a great house by Grandmaster Dress after a successful slave raid that secured our role in predominant suppliers of slaves to the other houses. House Dress constantly resisted efforts to join Dumner society with the rest of Tamriel. Proud isolationists, we nevertheless believed in unity of the great houses. Our agricultural might fed Morrowind, providing the majority of foodstuffs necessary to the existence and the continuation of the Dumner society, as feeding Morrowind provided the bulk of our wealth and influence, supplemented nicely by our control of the slave trade. The isolationist stance House Dress instilled the customs would outlook from the very beginning. Not only do we consider the other cultures and races inferior to the Dumner, but we deem any extended contact with them where we would not totally control the present danger to Dumner society. Ideas like a plague can spread without warning and prove impossible to contain. Instead, we should concentrate on inter-house relations and improving positions in Dumner society and strong internal. Okay, so let's go deal with you. We just read your book. Talk to me.
Halt. Only House Drez holds to the ancient tradition of Daedra and ancestor worship, as well as to the cherished institution of what economic system?
Free market, slavery, believes that their goods and services distributed according to each. Let's go with the slavery.
Why is House Drez crucial to Morrowind's survival?
Because it feeds Morrowind with its agricultural might.
How does House Drez view the Dunmer role in Tamriel?
Should keep to themselves and focus on empowering. Conquer, no. Should learn from, no. This top one.
You demonstrate a clear...
Cool. So we remembered it all. Let's take it. Alright. Dark conversions come from PvP unless you buy it from a guilder. Oh, I plan on buying it from the guild vendor. It's usually fairly cheap. Alright, so House Redorn. Virtues of duty, gravity, and piety most dear. Frivolous, soft life is not worth living. We focus on maintaining traditions of civilized Dumner, holding fast in the way of the warrior. Military strength, for example, outclasses other great houses by a wide margin. Our prowess puts us at least one step ahead of them all, in many cases many more. For Redoran, Housekin, the driving goal is to fulfill duty and maintain your honor. Anything less is disrespect to yourself and your house. Beyond that, duty is to your honor, your family, and your clan, in that order. Life essentially is serious and difficult. We must accept and endure the harshness of life, for that is the path of Redoran. Reflect upon an event and action and thoughtfulness, sobriety, remain stern, deliberate, and proud. For anything less. Okay, so let's do it.
Halt, intruder. Answer the following questions, or fail this test.
Top one.
Describe the driving goal of House Redoran.
Top one, to fulfill your duty and maintain your honor.
House Redoran's outlook on life can be summed up as...
We accept and endure the harshness of life.
House Redoran most strongly believes in the following institution.
The way of the warrior.
An impressive display.
Nice. All right. Last one. Stand Proudkin, original great houses civilized from our capital city and now recess. Our influence extend throughout the region of Morin. Some call us opportunistic, like it's a curse, but Grandmaster has always implored the Dumner who ignores opportunity deserves every failure that comes their way. From the earliest days, House Halalu focused on trade and crafts. Our maximum was simple. The goal of every housekin was to succeed in business and turn a tidy profit. The Book of Grasping Fortune reminds us to seize every chance and make profit, but remember that your reputation also has value. With huge armies or vast holdings, it fell to our housekin to become the experts at diplomacy and negotiation. Our words became our strength. Oh, there was also the less savory attributes that went along with fast talking and deal making. We became thieves and sneaks and blackmailers and backstabbers. Still, we always appreciate the value of a deal. As the Book of Grasping Fortune tells us, the perfect approach to negotiations is to compromise with an eye towards securing the best possible deal. Our influence and our wealth has always been distinguished by our willingness to live in peace with our neighbors. While there can be a short-term profit in conflict and war, sustainable growth only comes from harmony and fair trade. It falls to House Halua to acknowledge Dumner culture with one hand, while using the other hand to adapt to change conditions as necessary in order to succeed. And what is success? A satisfying deal and tidy profit, of course. There is a dark stain on our history, however. Our natural tendencies encourage others to use bribes and favors to influence our housekin. This means that for every honest and fair counselor Halua produces, there might be as many as 4 or 5 that are underhanded and corrupt. Does this concern us? Not overly, as history shows us that even the corrupt can wind up serving the common good, or at least the profit earned has no moral component. As the Book of Grasping Fortune proclaims, you can trade with a friend forever, steal from a fool once or twice, and bargain with the dead not at all. So always go for the most sustainable profit. Alright, let's go.
Stop. Quite simple, really. Answer the following
Every is to succeed in business and turn a tidy profit.
House Halalu believes the best approach to negotiations is to
Compromise while seeking to obtain the best possible deal.
success is achieved when a member of House Halalu does what?
Acknowledge Domner culture, but adapt as necessary to succeed.
You do know House Halalu.
Woo, we got him. Okay. Let's go get this turned in.
I read about this place in a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall. Perhaps I misremember. Maybe not.
Was the Library of Undul in the location revealed by our model? And was it filled with ancient knowledge once thought lost?
I found the lost library and retrieved these genealogies for you to examine.
You recovered the lost genealogies of the great houses? Why, these date back to before the War of the First Council. Remarkable! You have done a great service for this library and all of Morrowind, Outlander.
Okay, what did the genealogies tell you?
Nothing yet. I need to catalog them, study the ancient script, and make suitable translations. But given time, the great houses will see the value in this project and reward our efforts accordingly. In the meantime, take this with my gratitude.
Complete.
Jochette, you are stronger every moment.
Because now inside now I can go put the table down that we just spent all that time going and retrieving everything for. Now you guys can see what I was working towards for those who haven't already seen it. It is definitely one of my favorite furnishings. And I think it would be cool if they had some for like each territory. And there it is. Okay, so I want to see something because I want the map to actually be accurate. Okay. And browse. What else do we have? We got a painting. We got some heads. Ooh. I may have to get some more of those for something else. Khajiit Arch. Right trigger to push. No. You know what? We're gonna put that away for now. I'll figure out something for that later. Good with those. We're good with that. Alright, so we're actually good. Alright, so for those who have not seen this, this is the map with the actual settlements. See? And the roads of that entire region, which I think is so freaking cool. And what I did here is I used the compass here so you can see that the main capital here, Vivek City, right? It's facing towards the north. And when we zoom out here and we go to Vinderfall, it's here in the south facing towards the north. So I actually have it set up in the correct direction using the compass of the direction the map would be facing. See, and then you can put like little chairs and stuff around this, put some lighting, maybe even put like some drinks or some like cups or papers or whatever, and make it look like planning. like military planning or something to that effect. All right. So yeah, all of that work was for that right there. We need to go put all of this in the bank. And oh man. And I got my chandelier hanging. So we opened up everywhere. Things are beginning to come together. Some dragons. Those are probably going to go away, honestly. Just like that's probably going to go away, honestly. So we got our table. What's next? Clean quests.
The aqueducts here existed in my time, but often ran dry. Here,
56.
they run abundant and feed farmland. Nothing short of miraculous.
Store, sell. Sell the poison. Alright. Run!
Boys. Rigert knew he should have brought more mead.
You can be a...
That's another 4-piece set that I really could go with, too. Weapon, spell damage, crit chance, crit chance. I gotta think on that one. Alright, throw that in there. These are all character bound, aren't they? They are. Furnishings can go in there. Motifs can go in there. That can go in there. And we'll put it in there for now. Alright. Let's go break some more things down. I gotta find a... I'm really thinking that the Warden's the best for the Dark Convergence, because the Dark Convergence requires you to have an effect on the ground. And every class has got something, but the Warden's got a few somethings. You know what? What is today's endeavors? Runestones, plant creatures, one heist. A heist. Complete one heist? That must be a Thieves Guild thing. Complete a dungeon with a guildmate. Ooh. I wonder what this is. I don't know how to do that on a keyboard. Let's see, what is the controls for that? Ability, quick slot, sheath, targeting, camera, interact, user interface, start chat, web slash, character window. Inventory. Quests. Okay. Here we go. Friends, groups, maps, collections, journal, champion, skills, character, inventory, notifications, help, crown crates, crown store. Where is... Ah, here we go. Endeavors. Experience. Okay, so you get experience and endeavors for this. But I have to do it with a guildmate. Okay. Let's see something here. Let's check a little something here real quick. And all right. So here's what we're going to do here. We'll hold off on that for now. Okay, so right in here, that'll take care of that, and that'll take care of that. So let's go do it. Well, let's get it prepped anyways. That's what I think. Alright, we've got that all prepped and ready to go. I am exhausted. So I think I'm going to go ahead and stream on it. Right on out of here. If you're on YouTube, do me a favor, hit those subscribe buttons, please. That way we can keep going. You guys can keep up with the journey. You guys can run along with us at any point you guys want. We are on PC and A. So if anyone wants to join us, let us know. We're going to keep building this character out until we've got a functional main character that can actually do all the content and be as helpful as it can to the community. So, if you guys want to venture along, or if you guys are interested in picking this game up and have questions or at any point, you can always come back here for a reference point. And, Twitch, hit those follow buttons if you haven't done so already. Alright, let's get rating on Twitch here. Let's see, who do we got? We have got some friends. Alright. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate it, and keep an eye on those notifications. Hope to see y'all in the future.